Hello, my friends, and welcome back. For those of you who are with me this morning on the Matthew Perry case, we went over the federal indictment on the Matthew Perry case. Very sad, very tragic, but luckily, at least 5 people have been arrested. 3 have taken plea deals. 2 people are going to be held responsible. That is good news, I guess, in some respects. R.I.P. Matthew Perry. Today is his birthday. It would have been his 55th birthday. We are going back to Vegas, my friends. We're going back to Vegas today for day 4 of the Telles trial. I wanted to start this a little bit late so that we could fast forward through lunch, but court was also late, so we're not as far behind as I would like. So here we go with day 4 of the Telles trial. I have queued it up so that we can see the first witness of the day. This will be witness number 25 of the prosecution's case. You may recall that when we parted on Friday, our last witness of the day was a man that we referred to as SWAT Daddy, and that was good testimony. If you haven't seen that, go back and give it a watch later. It was good stuff. It was good stuff. This is our palate cleanser trial, as we've said, from covering 2 very, what a lot of you feel are unfair trials in the Karen Reed and Ashley Benefield cases. We're watching this case fly by, getting it done quickly. And so far, seems that the judge is great. She's very fair. She's a mashup between Cyndi Lauper, 90s Madonna, Betsey Johnson, with the voice of Megan Mullally's character from Will and Grace. We're here for it. But unfortunately, she doesn't talk a lot. There's not a lot of objections, and we don't get to hear from the judge hardly at all, which is so unusual for us. Thank you so much, Kayla Howell. Thank you so much, Cumulus Cloud, for becoming new members. Welcome. And Arlene, who's been a member for 6 months, loves and appreciates all I do for you. Oh, you guys are very, very welcome. It wouldn't be the same without all of you making this channel a great, amazing, friendly place to be. So if you're new here, welcome. The chat is very welcoming. My moderators are the best on YouTube, and I think you're going to like it here. Here we go. First witness of the day in the Robert Telles trial out of Clark County, Nevada.
Be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Taylor Tolliver, Taylor.
That sound is really low for me. Is it really low for you?
May I proceed? Good morning, Ms. Tolliver. How are you employed?
I'm a detective with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you worked for Metro?
I'm only getting it in my right ear. Hold on. Let's check. I want to check long crime. You had such great volume the other day. All right. In my opinion, law and crime is
It'll be 10 years next
way
month.
better. Yeah, this is horrific. We
How
can't
were you assigned
do
back in
this.
2022.
Sometimes we have to deal with it. Sometimes we don't. Like today, we don't. And maybe they'll go back to having that. Oh, they have the split screen today. This is very exciting. We had a split screen from Law and Crime, split screen last week, and this is very exciting. Detective Taylor Tolliver, first witness of the day. Let's go.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Taylor Tolliver, Taylortolliver.
May I proceed? Good morning, Ms. Tolliver. How
Good
are you
morning.
employed?
I'm a detective with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you worked for Metro?
It'll be 10 years next month.
Okay. How were you assigned back in 2022?
I am criminal intelligence detective,
And what were your job duties back in 2022, say September?
an undercover surveillance detective.
And as an undercover surveillance detective back then, I think we all have a general idea of what that might look like, but can you tell the members of the jury what you did day to day as that type of detective?
Essentially, we would just utilize different equipment and tactics to essentially surveil people, follow them around, observe their activities. Sometimes they would be individuals, sometimes they would be businesses, dependent on what the investigators requested.
And the investigators, when they made a request of surveillance, do they explain their whole case to you, or do they just say, look, I need surveillance on this particular person on this date, or how does that work?
They typically give us objectives and then enough context from their investigation for those objectives, but not in detail their entirety of their cases.
Okay, so just sort of a framework so you can accomplish the objective on the surveillance?
Correct.
Okay. During September of 2022, did you conduct surveillance on behalf of, or at the request of, I should say, Detective Derek Jaffe?
Yes.
And was one of the days that you conducted surveillance September the 1st of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember if that location was like a neighborhood on a street called Spanish Steps?
Yes.
Who was the target? Who were you watching on that day?
Robert Telles.
And do you see Mr. Telles in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point to him and describe what he's wearing today, please?
A black suit with a multicolored tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant? When
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has pointed to Boss Baby. Wouldn't it be so funny if she said, that guy over there in the black suit and the tie, he looks kind of like Boss Baby from the cartoon that was voiced by Alec Baldwin? If you're catching up, don't worry. You're not too far behind. This is the first witness of the day, witness number 25 for the defense, Detective Taylor Tolliver. We're calling this the trial of the beautiful witnesses because every witness that gets on the stand is more beautiful or handsome than the next. It's crazy.
you were conducting your surveillance on September the 1st, were you in a vehicle or were you on foot or what kind of?
Predominantly in a vehicle.
Okay, and as part of the surveillance, do you keep a log of activities that you observed on September the 1st?
Yes.
And then based on that log, is that later transferred to the detective?
Yes.
In addition to keeping a written log, do you also sometimes take photographs?
I do.
And on that day, did you take some photographs?
Yes.
And that would be him and at his residence doing whatever?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the photographs, are those given to the requesting detective as well?
They are.
And then all of that is sort of kept in a Metro file?
I'm not really sure what he would do with it. They're forwarded to the case agent.
After you give it to the case agent, you're kind of done?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Thank you. Having shown defense.
Note also, this is the day before the murder. So Telles was under surveillance. And somebody said it's a shame that she has to testify in this case that's being broadcast worldwide because she was likely an excellent undercover.
Counsel, what's been marked as states 348 through 350. Just ask you to look through these photographs and let me know when you're done, please.
Okay.
Having looked at those photographs, do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw on September the 1st?
They do.
State moves to admit 348 through 350.
No objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm gonna, may I publish? I'm gonna put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 348.
They have an overhead projector in this trial, which is something we haven't seen lately. Really, for many of us since we were at junior high. A very
Can you
long
see that on
time
your
ago.
screen up there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What are we looking at in that photograph?
The vehicle of Robert Telles or the vehicle he operated that day.
Okay. And is it parked basically in front of his house on Spanish Steps?
Yes.
This is states 349.
Wait a second. Hold the phone.
And
We've got a screen now that is split into 3 sections, not just 2. This is like they're stepping up their AV game right now. It's crazy. And we're here for it. Viva Las Vegas.
be looking at in that photo.
That is Mr. Telles exiting the vehicle.
And last one is states 350. Another shot of Mr. Telles.
It appears to be immediately after him exiting the vehicle, walking towards the residence.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
It doesn't look
Yes,
like the
thank
same
you.
vehicle that they surveilled him in
Ms.
the
Tolliver,
day of
so
the
to
murder.
Understand your testimony correctly. Mr. Telles was under surveillance by yourself at the request of Detective Jaffe on September 1st, 2022.
By myself and my squad, yes.
Photographed him, watched him, correct?
Yes.
You'll agree with me that there were no actions on his part that would raise any suspicions in your mind concerning crimes that may or may not be occurring.
Yeah, because he didn't kill anybody on the first, allegedly. It was the second. I mean, I love it because this poor defense attorney, Draskovich, has to play with the cards that he's dealt. He's trying.
I don't deem what is suspicious. I make the observations and forward them to the detective they requested it.
Good answer.
Did he leave the residence multiple times, a single time? Please explain to us a little more in detail what you observed on the events of September 1st, 2022.
Specifically the first?
Correct.
I believe on that day he left to Target, if I'm correct. And then I believe he also went to pick up a juvenile from a bus stop.
Okay, a child. The child that he picked up, he returned home to his residence.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Yes.
Were you involved in the surveillance of Mr. Telles on September 6th?
Yes.
And if you could explain to us what it was that you saw occur on September 6th. Have you reviewed your report in preparation for your testimony today?
She's just looking
I have,
blankly.
But we did a couple surveillances on Mr. Telles. Oh, I do remember. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So that was the day I don't believe he initially left the house. The day he exited his residence and began cleaning the exterior of his vehicles.
Okay, and just so we're clear, you surveilled him washing 3 vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what 3 vehicles those were?
There was the vehicle that was just depicted, I believe, a BMW, a Tesla, and then a Yukon.
Okay. You surveilled him washing the exterior of the 3 vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And this washing of the 3 vehicles took about 2.5 hours, correct?
I believe so, yes.
At no time did you see him enter and wash any of the 3 vehicles, correct?
That's incorrect. I did see him enter a vehicle.
But to wash, you saw him, when you saw him enter the vehicle, it was to move the vehicle, correct?
No, I saw him enter a vehicle that he did not move.
Okay, and what vehicle was that?
The Yukon.
And what specifically did you see him do inside the
I
vehicle?
can't say what he did within the vehicle. My vantage point didn't allow me to see that.
He was in the vehicle briefly.
Correct.
You saw him exit the residence prior to washing the 3 vehicles with cleaning agents, correct?
Yes.
And he used those cleaning agents to wash the BMW, correct?
Yes.
The Tesla
Yes.
and the Yukon, the Denali, correct?
Yes.
But he washed the exteriors only, correct?
As far as what my vantage point gave me, I saw him wash the exteriors of the 3 vehicles you just mentioned. Yes.
Okay, and nothing else, just the exteriors is the point I'm getting at.
Correct. The only thing I was able to see was the exteriors. Yes.
Okay. You made note on your surveillance log of September 6th that you saw cameras on the exterior of Mr. Telles's residence on September 6th, correct?
Yes.
However, you did not see those cameras on September 1st.
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, Your Honor. I'm going to put back on the overhead what's been admitted as States 350. The area kind of above the light here by the garage, that's where there were no cameras, right, on the 1st?
Correct.
And they were later seen on the 6th?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Oh, man.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Wow. He, so what did he do? He took his cameras down on September 1st because he knew he was going to show premeditation. What say you? Because he knew he was going to be going out to kill Jeff Garman. Somebody said, what's he charged with? He's charged with open murder in the killing of Jeff Garman, who was an investigative journalist for the Las Vegas Review-Journal. He was a career reporter for something like over 40 years, highly regarded journalist. And he is charged with killing him. And the motive is because Jeff Garman had written some articles about him that were not very flattering, including such things as him cheating on his wife and creating a toxic workplace environment for his employees. He was the public administrator of Clark County, which is a political position. It's an elected position. And he's also an attorney. He had been elected to that position, and then he lost his bid for re-election after those articles were published, but before Garman was killed. So that's interesting to me. There were no cameras on the 1st, but the cameras were back up on the 6th. Boss baby given direction. He also represented himself for quite some time. He fired.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Your statement.
Oh my goodness, look at with the closed captioning.
Cyndi Baxter.
Robert Telles foolishly represented himself for a bit. He had fired 3 lawyers before that. And we watched in one of our pretrial shows, the judge, Judge Michelle Leavitt, give him the speech on why he should not represent himself. Please, please, please don't. And he's like, but I want to. I'm going to. And then he did represent himself. And we watched some pretrial hearings where he was pro se. And now he has hired an attorney to represent him in a very smart move. But we really do think he's pulling the strings behind the scenes. And we also think he's going to testify. So we're here for it. Up. There's the squeaky door. Members, use the WD-40 emoji that I made for you specifically for that squeaky door.
Please watch your step. And if you remain standing, raise your right hand, please, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
It's Cyndi Baxter, Cyndi, Christie, Baxter, Baxter.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Ms. Baxter, how are you employed?
I'm employed as a crime scene analyst supervisor with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you worked as a crime scene analyst?
A little over 7 years,
And how long have you had the designation as a supervisor?
about 2 days.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
But you worked as a crime scene analyst, I think you said for 7 years?
Yes.
And can you just briefly describe the training that you went through in order to work as a crime scene analyst?
As a crime scene analyst, we undergo about a 3 to 4 month process where we go through the academy, where you learn all the basics to be able to be successful throughout field training. And then you go through a 3 to 4 month process in field training where you're supervised by a senior crime scene analyst. And then at the end, you take a competency test where you have to pass to be able to go on and do actual field work by yourself. And then you continue training throughout your career to make sure you're up to date.
Okay. Now, we've had some testimony before this jury about the crime scene 7216 Bronze Circle. So we won't go into that in too much detail, but did you report as well as one of the crime scene analysts to Jeff Gehrman's residence on September the 3rd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And you worked with Claire Browning and other crime scene analysts and detectives to process that scene?
I did.
What was your responsibility in terms of the scene?
For this scene, my responsibility was impounding all evidence and doing the scans to complete a diagram.
Okay, and we've seen the diagram, but in terms of what you impounded, were they swabs of like possible DNA off like rocks and bushes and that sort of thing?
Yes, we took the rocks as an original surface with apparent blood. We took additional swabs of apparent blood and then DNA swabs of other surfaces as well.
Okay, and all of that was impounded by you?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were at that original scene at Bronze Circle, was Detective Derek Jaffe present?
Not at the scene, no.
No. I want to kind of fast forward a little bit to September the 8th. Were you called upon to assist homicide on that date?
I was.
And that was still with regard to Mr. Gehrman's murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you asked to meet homicide on September the 8th?
I was asked to go to the PA's office, which was 515 Shadow Lane.
And by the PA's office, do you mean the public administrator's office?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got there,
Stop. Telles was the public administrator at the time, if you're just joining or are new to this case.
did you see detectives that you knew?
Yes, we all met up.
Okay, and there would be homicide detectives present?
Yes.
Did you see Detective Jaffe on the 8th?
Yes, I did.
And was he doing something separate than homicide? Were you there at homicide's request or his request?
I was there at homicide's request.
Did he appear to be taking his own pictures and doing his own sort of look through the PA's office?
Yes, he was.
So it was separate from what homicide was doing?
Yes.
Were you primarily working with Detective Gaddis?
Yes, she was primary on the investigation.
Okay. Was one of your responsibilities on the 8th to take photographs of the offices at the public administrator's office?
It was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Ms. Baxter, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 204 to 213.
Just ask you to look through those and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Thank you, Christy, for your sweet compliment. Welcome. It's never too crowded to chat or hit the like button, which would be amazing. Thanks, everyone.
Having looked through those, do you recognize those to be the photographs you took at the PA's office on the 8th of September?
They were.
Okay. State moves to admit 204 to 213, Your Honor.
We have no objection.
And may I publish them? Okay, thank you. I'm going to put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 204. Let me back that up just a little. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And what are we looking at there?
That's the outside of the public administrator and public guardian office.
Okay. And this is states 205. What's that a photograph of?
That's the exterior of the office that was labeled Rob.
Okay. And did you and the detectives eventually went into that office?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm putting on the overhead states 207. Is that in the office?
That is.
And can you kind of orient us just a little bit, like where, from the prior photograph, is this looking to where the front door of the office is?
So I would be standing behind the desk within the office, shooting towards the door.
Okay. And this is states 208. Obviously the desk.
Yes,
So sort of the opposite view of the photograph we just saw.
that's correct.
And I'm putting on the overhead now what's been admitted as states 209. That's the view of the entry into the office.
Yes, from standing at the doorway.
Okay. There appears to be a computer on the desk there. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you know what happened to that computer?
Homicide detectives collected it.
Okay.
They got his
And I'm going
computer.
to show you one.
Just want to break from that just to say that, I don't know, I hate vertical blinds. There's few things I hate more in home decor or office decor than vertical blinds. Just saying.
Close picture. This is states 212. Does that appear to be the computer that homicide collected?
Yes, I believe it's like behind or, and those are the monitors, so it's connected to the computer they collected.
Okay. And so they would have impounded that.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
They're so polite in Vegas. I will pass the witness. May I?
Ms. Baxter, fair to say that you were called upon to fulfill your
Transition.
duties as a crime scene investigator to collect evidence concerning a murder case, correct?
Yes.
You testified that when you were at the public administrator's office on September 8th of 2022, that you saw Mr. Jappy, correct?
I did.
You had testified that you were called upon by the homicide office to be there, correct? Or the
That's
homicide
correct.
detail?
Homicide detectives, yes.
And your job primarily concerned is taking photos and collecting evidence, correct?
Yes.
Generally, when you work with homicide, that's what you're called to do. You come in, you document the evidence, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you had testified that when you arrived, that the Detective Jappy was there, correct?
He was.
And you had testified that he was taking his own photos
He was.
and collecting his own evidence.
I'm not sure if he collected evidence, but I do know he took photographs.
Okay, but you had testified on direct collecting evidence. I mean, he was there doing his own thing, correct?
Yes, he was doing his own thing to take photographs, collect evidence. I'm not exactly sure what he collected, if he did any.
So he was not part of your team at the direction of the homicide unit, correct?
Right.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I mean,
For your testimony here today. You may step down.
In, out, nobody gets hurt. Ask the relevant questions. No what if any, no what if anything, no repeating answers after the questions are asked. Insane. Yeah, we're at 66.6 subscribers, which is like the devil number. So if you guys could just hit the subscribe button, it's free. Can we get up to 66.7? We got to get off that number. It's not good. Oh, Lisa Marie, thank you so much for your Cash App. You're so kind and generous always to this channel. I love you with all of my heart. Who can name that movie? I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm gonna die. Michael, tell the pretty girl you love her. I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm gonna die.
Testimony you're about to give in
Name
this
that
action
movie.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Matthew, Matthew, Hovanes, Hovanec.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you very much. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what section are you assigned to?
I'm the commission supervisor, one of the commission supervisors of the Digital Forensics Lab.
What are the responsibilities of the Digital Forensics Lab, sir?
We collect, process, and make reports on all digital data, whether that's phones, videos, computers, tablets, the like.
Okay. Could you tell me a little bit about some of the training and experience you've had leading up to working in this division?
Sure. I've got over 1,000 hours of training relevant to digital forensics from IASIS, which is the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. I have my CFC, which is Certified Forensic Computer Examiner. I also have a CMDE, which is Certified Mobile Device Examiner. For some of the vendor-specific training that we use with Cellebrite, I have a CCO and CCPA certification, also drone certified through Cellebrite. With Magnet, I have a MCFE, Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner, and a CMGE. I also have training in cell phone repair and video training.
Okay. Did you
Compare and contrast that testimony with and experience with the testimony of the forensic expert from MSP in the Karen Reed case, Trooper Reno, also known as Trooper Nicholas Guarino. Did he have 1,000 hours in all of these other certifications with regard to Cellebrite and everything else? I don't think so.
assist Metro and specifically the homicide section led by Justine Gaddis in an investigation regarding the death of Jeffrey Gehrman?
I did.
Were there a series of devices that you were responsible for forensically downloading?
There were.
Did that include a phone that belonged to Robert Telles?
Yes.
Do you remember what type of phone that was?
I believe it was a Google Pixel 6.
Okay. Did you also assist in forensically downloading a phone belonging to Jeffrey Gehrman?
I do not believe I did that phone.
Okay. Let me ask you about this. Did you assist in forensically downloading a workplace computer belonging to Mr. Telles?
I did.
I object as the foundation as to who it belonged to, so I rejected that characterization.
Can you lay a foundation?
This is only like the fifth objection in 4 days
sure.
of trial.
Well, let's start this way. Did you forensically download a desktop?
I did.
Okay. Did you review any materials or documents to learn where that desktop came from?
I did.
Okay. What sort of materials did you review?
User accounts, where the computer was collected from.
Okay. Did you ever have any time to consult also with Detective Justine Gaddis about materials that were collected by her homicide team?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you the question again. There was a desktop that you forensically downloaded, correct?
Yes.
Who did it belong to?
Robert Telles.
Okay. And where did it come from?
From the Clark County, I can't remember the exact
Public
title of the
Administrator's
office. Public
Office?
Administrator's Office, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, it is the Godfather. I just want to say that a pink swan understands me. She or he gets me every single time I reference a movie quote. Pink Swan is right in here and gets it first. But it is the Godfather. Yes, Laura M. Congratulations, Pink Swan, once again.
Sir, if you could just explain to the jury, what does it mean to forensically download something?
So when we forensically download something, we get the device in the state it is and try to make absolutely no changes to it. We want the device to be in the same state it was when we retrieved that device or when we were given that device. So when we download a phone or download a computer, we're using software and hardware that makes no changes to that device.
Okay. Are you familiar with a program called Cellebrite?
I am.
What is Cellebrite?
Cellebrite is a company that manufactures software and hardware for downloading phones, computers and phones.
Was Cellebrite utilized in the forensic download of Robert Telles' Google Pixel phone?
Yes.
All right.
Is Cellebrite accurate? Is Cellebrite the gold standard of all of the downloading type software used by law enforcement in this country? Maybe even worldwide? I don't know. But imagine a trial where Cellebrite is relied upon. Crazy, right? I know, you guys, it's crazy.
I want to ask you, with respect to Mr. Telles' workplace desktop computer, what program was used to forensically download that?
For that, it was Magnet Axiom.
Okay. How does that operate? Similar to Cellebrite, different?
It's similar to Cellebrite. Programs used to create an image, and then Magnet, the Axiom program, is used to process that image and create reports.
Okay, so we're talking about reports. Are they sometimes referred to as an extraction report?
Yes.
Okay, what is an extraction report?
There's different types of reports that can be created by each program. It's something that allows the end user, in this case, detectives going over the case or attorneys, to look at that data that I've processed in a viewable format, tag items, create reports from it.
Okay. When you look at one of these, so for example, if there's certain information in a phone that's identified as potentially relevant or connected some way, you can identify it, and then this report will spit it out in some sort of format. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. So for example, will the extraction report have information about potentially when, let's just use a photo, for example. Let's say you find a photo, it is marked and it's extract. Will it have information potentially relating to either when it's created or maybe when it's appearing on the phone, something along those lines?
It is possible.
Okay. Will it include potentially locations, like a pathway about where it might be found within a device?
Yes.
Potentially, let's say if the image has, like maybe there's metadata about GPS coordinates, could sometimes that be attached to an image or some sort of device?
It can be.
Okay, it just depends, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed a series of extraction reports related to information contained inside Mr. Telles' phone?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to, let's see, I'm going to show, give me 1 second.
Martha Chapman is recommending Ripley on TV chat. If you haven't seen it, I haven't seen it. Thanks, Martha. I love a good TV recommendation. I got to get off YouTube sometimes. Thank you, K123 Candy, for becoming a member. Welcome. And Kimmy from Canada says, unfortunately, the exchange rate in Canada has doubled. I love your channel. Can't afford it. Never expected. Always appreciated. And we love having you here, Kimmy. Love having you here. Oh, Canada.
357A, 356, 361, 357, 360, 358, 363. No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. 364.
Welsh Girl 74, I made the mistake of starting Love Island, and it's like a train wreck that I cannot stop watching. I started with season 1, which my kids are like, no, you got to start with season 6 so we can talk about it. But I started it in the last few days, and I'm hooked.
I reviewed these.
Any objections?
No objection.
Okay, minute by stipulation.
And just for the court have a record of those exhibits? Okay. I'm going to come up and show you those exhibits. Get a digital version of them as well, but let's just at least take a look at these real quick and let me know if you're familiar with what you're looking at.
She says, look at Law and Crime zooming in and out all cinematically. Not only that, have you noticed the transitions, the fade in between changing the shots, and the transitions are beautiful. I some days they do it, some days they don't. Maybe it matters who's on camera that day. Whoever's on camera today, props to you. You're making our viewing pleasure all that much more exciting. Pink Swan's female. Thank you. Yes, please, sir. Tell us about the wall files, says Yuri's math teacher. Oh no, the court officer is sleeping again. The other day, he legit, Rosemary, had his arms up like this. Like he was on a lazy boy
Yes, I'm familiar
recliner.
with these.
Okay. And you've seen digital versions of this as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are these extraction reports derived from Mr. Telles' Google Pixel phone?
Yes.
All right. I'm also at this time going to ask for admission of stage proposed 354, which is essentially a digital equivalent of that same information.
No objection.
This time we are going to publish 354. Good. Yeah, we could just queue over. I've got to move it over. It's okay. I got it. Here we go. Okay, opening the file, it says Telles phone. Let's open the file, it says phone evidence campaign photo. So.
Oh, triple split screen. We're getting spoiled.
Let's close this up.
Cellebrite extraction report in the upper left corner.
This is an example of an extraction report, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And let me just zoom in here for a second. So we have this thing that says path. What is that?
That's the file path that this specific artifact was located at.
All right. And when you look at that, can you tell roughly where in the phone that's coming from?
I can tell what application it was derived from.
Okay, so tell us what application it was derived from.
From Google Photos.
From Google Photos. What is it? What do you see there in that extraction pathway that tells you that?
The google.android.apps.photos.
Okay. We look.
Yeah, that was me. It's not a stream unless I swipe myself out. Swiper, keep swiping. Don't worry. I stopped it right where we were. He was sending selfies, it looks like, of himself. StreamYard, I need a meeting. It should not be allowed to happen. I should not be able to swipe myself out of the screen by simply using my mouse pad on my laptop. I should be able to lock myself in. But
So being that this is a cached file, that's the last time that the phone interacted with that specific file.
Okay. And sometimes that can, for example, in some instances, you may have like a created on date. Would that be correct?
Correct.
So if you could tell, if the phone, the extraction could show, like, we know definitively that that phone created that particular, it might say created or something along those lines. Is that right?
You'd usually have something like created data or more metadata.
Okay. But at the end of the day, what does the word cache mean, by the way? How does that work in relation to phones?
Cache is phones use it, computers use it. It's temporary storage. When say use an application, visit a website.
Is that a wall
data,
file?
Files, scripts, media, pictures can be stored in the cache to assist those applications or say a website in loading information faster, so that it's not always going back to the source to download it. Tries to make the application run smoother, run faster for the user.
Okay. And so we have.
I have the urge to ask this witness, who I'm now going to call Cellebrite Daddy. I'll allow it. I have the urge to ask him about that 227 Hosselong to Dying Cold Google search that may or may not have been made on Jen McCabe's phone, and whether it would revert back to an earlier time, the last time that browser window was opened. I just have the urge to ask him that question. I know they're not going to ask that because it's not this trial, but I do want to know. The cache is not a wall file. Okay, thanks, Nellie.
here, there's a couple of thumbnails over here. So those are kind of small images of that, correct?
Correct.
And we can see, this thumbnail, the re-elect Rob Telles, what is the date that it was modified or last modification date on there?
That'd be April 5th of 2022.
Okay, and this first image, when is that modified?
July 24th, 2022.
Okay. Close that out. And then there are associated in this folder, we have a full image, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Is he sending selfies to this girl?
Have an opportunity to generate an extraction report regarding items searched items within Mr. Telles's phone?
Sorry, could you say that once more?
Was there an extraction report generated for certain searched items within Mr. Telles's phone?
Yes.
Okay. What does the searched items category mean in relation to Cellebrite?
So in this instance, it was using the Google Chrome app, and it was something that would have been searched on there.
What did he
So
search?
So you would kind of type those words into your phone, and then it would spit out potentially a result or create a record. Is that right?
We know how to
Yes.
Google, sir.
Okay.
We know how to Google.
So-
And it's Jimmy Vereb for the win. He Googled Hoslong to die in 110-degree heat. Maybe. We'll see. Don't Google anything, my friends. Don't Google it. It will always come back to hurt you. I mean, if you're doing bad things, don't Google anything.
When we look at this one, how many times was this tagged?
There's 25 tags.
Okay. And so when we look at what is the timestamp of the first one?
6:43:54 p.m.
And- No, go ahead.
on June 21st,
So
2022.
you tricked me. You went time first, and I was kind of thrown off there. I wanted the date more importantly, but thank you very much.
Don't shame your witness.
On 6/21/22, someone typed into the phone, what's this category that says value? Why is that? What does that mean?
That's the value that was typed in.
Okay. And then when we look at sources, again, is this kind of like the pathway?
Yes.
And where is it telling you these words, Jeff Garriman, Las Vegas? Where is that popping up in this particular phone?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Well, is this a pathway here? Is it telling you what application was being used when those words were typed?
Yes, the source is telling you what application was in use.
So what is the application?
That'd be Chrome.
Chrome. What is Chrome?
Chrome is a web browser.
Okay, is that like Safari if you have an Apple?
Yes.
Okay. So just
Is that like
scrolling
Safari
down,
if
are we
you have
seeing
an
the
Apple?
Same term being used, same terms being used?
That is correct.
I have an iPhone and I still use Google Chrome. I find it to be the far superior
Does it
browser.
appear
I
that
hate
all of
Safari.
these dates are June 21st of 2022?
It does.
Looking at entry number 17, what's the value in terms being used now?
In value, it's Jeff Garriman, Las Vegas with Rob 4 in V in parentheses.
Okay.
Or sorry, quotations.
Googling the articles that Jeff Garriman wrote about him.
Was there an extraction report regarding web history?
Yes.
What is web history in terms of this program?
Web history of this program can look again at the browsers you're using and what exactly you're doing with that browser, what websites you're visiting.
Okay, so you can kind of see, again, someone may type in terms and you can see if they're visiting a particular website. Is that
Yes.
correct? How many tags are there here?
18.
Okay. What was the title? What were the words being typed into Google search?
Jeff Garriman, Las Vegas,
And what was the date?
6/21/22,
At what time?
6:43:54 p.m.
Does this appear to parallel the first entry under the searched items as well?
It does.
And can that happen? You can type, the program can pick up when you're typing in and consider it a searched item, but if it shows up in your web browser, it might also be captured under web history.
Yes, multiple artifacts can be found in multiple places.
Okay.
Just want to point out also that Rex Heuermann, the suspected, alleged Long Island serial killer, also had a habit of Googling his victims and their families.
And these are examples of all the time that those terms were searched. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, another area is photographs. We talked about photographs briefly. Were there a series of extractions brought up regarding images found on a phone?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective, are you familiar with the date in which Jeff Gehrman passed away?
I do not recall the specific date.
Okay. If I told you September 2nd of 2022, you wouldn't have a reason to disagree. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Now, I want to take a look at this extraction report. How many tags are there?
3.
Okay. And what is the pathway related to these images?
Again, it's from the google.android.apps.photos.
Okay. And so it's coming from like a photo library?
From Google Photos.
Okay. And a Google Photos in his phone?
It could be in his phone, could be in the cloud.
Looks like pictures of his sneaker. Pictures of his cheap sneaker with the plastic upper. The Nike sneaker that one of our favorite witnesses, Zachary, told us was a cheap sneaker from Marshalls or Ross. And that's how he knew when he saw the video on the news. Zachary knew that it was Rob Telles dressed in costume.
So that's when we take pictures and then it kind of flows up into the cloud and it's stored up there.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. So what is the modified date on this image here?
8/19/2022 at 1:42:15 p.m.
Okay. How about the second entry? What is the modified date there?
8/19/2022 12:23:30 p.m.
Okay. And the third one?
8/19/2022 1:42:15 p.m.
Okay. And you mentioned that these also capture the actual images themselves. Is that right? When we do these reports?
Yes.
Publishing the first file.
There it is. Oop, there it is. That's
What
the
color is
sneaker
that
before it
shoe
was
on the
cut
right?
up.
It appears to be gray.
Okay. What brand does it appear to be?
Nike?
Sir, when we look at the sole of the shoe, is it purely white or does it appear to have a design somewhere in the middle here?
Appears there's a design.
What sort of design does it look like?
4 black squares.
Okay. And this image was found inside Mr. Telles's phone.
Yes.
And the modified date on that was August 19th of 2022.
Yes.
Okay, so roughly, do my math correctly,
Back to the Karen Reed case. Some Nikes do have black soles. And in this case, they do have black soles. And what is this shoe next to it? It's got a number on it, which like makes me think it's a bowling shoe. But I don't think it's a bowling shoe. Is it like a rock climbing shoe? I don't know. Let me know if you know.
13 days before Mr. Gehrman's murder, 12 days if my math is off.
Sounds correct.
Okay. And then this image appears 3 different times.
That's correct.
One second.
Cycling shoe? A rock climbing shoe? Not sure. Lori for the
Was an
pun.
extraction report produced using a term Alfred camera?
Yes.
It's a rock climbing shoe. Thank you. Next to a climbing harness. Thank you very much, chat.
Publishing that file. How many, what is timeline?
Timeline is just giving you a reference of how many different columns there are, basically, how many you've extracted or tagged.
And in Cellebrite, if there's a timeline, does it kind of put events that occur in the phone in chronological order?
It does.
Okay. So there appears to be what? How many things pulled from the timeline?
7.
Okay. And there's a column here that says type, correct?
Yes.
And so it kind of tells you what type of data entry point is inside the phone. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so let's read out entry number 1. What is the type?
Installed applications.
So what does that mean?
Be when you downloaded an application from an app store.
Can you please tell me the date that this application was installed?
9/5/2022 at 12:03:53 a.m.
And if you could just help us, there's this parent parentheses that says UTC -7. What does that mean?
UTC is a time code, so right now we're in -7 during daylight savings time.
Okay, so we're talking time zones, is that right?
Yeah, universal coordinated time, and then every time zone goes off of that.
And we're Pacific, correct?
Yes.
And so to get to Pacific, you'd have to subtract 7 hours?
Yes.
And is that what the program is indicating, that this has been converted to Pacific time?
Yes.
All right. If you could, so it says timestamp, it reads that date. Read what it says right here.
Purchase date.
Okay. And then what's the description of what application was purchased?
The Alfred Camera Home Security app.
Okay. So this application was installed by someone 3 days after Mr. Gehrman was killed.
Correct.
That's interesting. Somebody in the chat pointed out maybe he got the cameras after the murder. Maybe he didn't take them down and put them back up. Maybe that's when he got the cameras. Alfred, I've never heard of Alfred Home Security, but okay.
Let's go to the next entry. What is entry number 2 about?
Web history.
All right. And give us the date and time.
9/5/2022, 12:10:46 a.m.
So because this is timeline, it's kind of merging different sources of information, correct?
Yes.
Like before we had a report that just looked at web history, but timeline can pull from different spaces, right?
Correct.
So for example, if there was an image that might relate to this, it would also migrate into this report. Would that be correct?
That's possible.
All right. So if you could, it's indicate, what's the term that's being used right there?
It's the last visited time.
What does that mean?
When somebody last visited that website.
All right. So at 12:10 a.m., what is the user of this phone visiting?
The Alfred Web Viewer PC is home security monitor using Google Chrome.
Okay. And we find, is there a second entry mirroring all of that same information?
Yes.
Look at entry number 4. How about then?
Same information.
But is the date a little bit different?
The time is different, yes.
Okay. We have other similar entries. Is that correct on the 5th?
That is correct.
Okay.
Karen Reed's defense team. Can you please hire Cellebrite Daddy to come and testify in the next trial?
Was there information, an extraction report also, apologize. Was there also an extraction report derived from images that appeared to come from Google Maps?
Yes.
Okay. So, let's first pull up the extraction report. How many images relating to Google Map images were tagged for this report?
132.
So that signifies that there was 132 images found on his phone related to this particular topic?
That were tagged, yes.
Okay. Let's start scrolling through some of this. For example, with this first one here, can you tell us, when you look at the pathway, where are these images coming from?
From the Google Maps app.
So they're coming from the Google Maps app.
Yes.
All right. What's the modification date on this?
Again, that would be the last time that application interacted with that specific artifact.
Please read out the date for entry number 1.
8/12/2022, 9:55:24 p.m.
Okay. Let's look at this second one. What is there? It's off by a couple of different seconds, correct?
Yes.
But all the information remains the same.
Yes.
Does 8/12/22 appear to be the same date for these items?
It does.
Happy birthday month. Not Sir Ray Davies sitting in the hot tub with his wife drinking mimosas watching us. Happy birthday month. I love that you celebrate your whole birthday month. That's awesome. And hello to your wife.
all the way down to the end, all from 8/12. Is that correct?
Correct.
So let's open up a folder that says 7216 Bronze Circle.
Ruh-roh. That's Gehrman's house.
You recognize what you're looking at here?
A home?
It's a home. Is it in a certain type of web program?
This would be in Google Street View, yes, so Google Maps.
Okay. And so at this particular home, this is kind of an angle. This would be if someone was in Google Maps and pulled up a street view of 7216 Bronze Circle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thanks, Peaches.
Is it just another angle of
Yes.
that same home?
He's
Yes.
casing the joint on August 12th. The murder was
Let's start
9/2.
getting to the actual images. So this is one of the images that was found inside Mr. Telles's phone. Did this correspond to one of the thumbnails?
Yes.
How about this one?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Notice how he doesn't say,
Yes.
yay, yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
this is Gehrman's home.
Yes. 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 Yes.
3 weeks
Yes.
before the murder.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Tick,
Yes.
tick, boom, coffee nut.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Pulling up 7212 Bronze Circle. What are we looking at in this image?
Another street view of a house.
Okay. Is this image pulled out of Mr. Telles's phone?
Yes.
And again, the dates on these were August 12th of 2022.
Yes.
So that's roughly, my math is usually terrible, about 20
Self-snitching.
days before Mr. Gehrman is killed. If it's September 2nd. Am I doing that math right? I feel like I am.
It sounds close.
Sounds close? Okay.
Yeah, he is.
In this photograph, what does that appear to be? Right above the street address on the
Right behind the
house?
closed
Appears to be a
captioning.
solar-powered security camera.
And that was inside Mr. Telles's phone.
The image, yes.
Are these images that came out of this extraction?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Yes. Yes.
Planning out the crime, maybe? Stalking it? Premeditated? Yep. Yes, Kim. Also, he was laying in wait,
What are we looking at here?
which
Is
ups
this
the
another
charge.
street view
It is.
of this street called Bronze Circle?
It is.
Bang,
Are
bang.
these following images
Bang,
images that
bang.
were pulled out of Mr. Telles's phone?
Bang,
They are.
bang. Bang, bang.
And there's a series of folders here that identify different houses on this street. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay. But ultimately, when you put them all together, it totals. How many does it total again? Based on this,
132.
132
with a date of
photos.
August 12th of 2022.
Correct.
Oh, Boss Baby writing notes furiously. It wasn't me. It's the Shaggy defense. It
Was
wasn't me.
there also images, an extraction report created regarding what appeared to be, I apologize, I need to move this over. What
Yes,
appeared to
Ball
be
Star. We're going to give the defense a
almost like surveillance?
Clean
There
slate.
was.
Publishing that report. How many tags are related here?
101.
If you could, please tell me the pathway where these images come from.
The google.android.apps.photos cache.
So it's coming from, again, the photo application inside Mr. Telles's phone.
So these are photos that
That
he
or Google
took.
Photo Cloud, one of.
Okay, or it was up in the cloud associated, but that phone, that particular phone belonging to Mr. Sell is associated with that cloud, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What's the modification date on this?
8/15/2022, 10:24:07 a.m.
So 3 days after the 132 images found of Bronze Circle.
That's correct.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Did he go there and take pictures?
And this is a rough look of what all of these images look like, correct?
Correct.
What appears to be captured in these photographs?
Vehicles driving down a street.
And they all appear to be from 8/15/2022, correct?
They do.
Look at him shaking his head. No, that wasn't me. It wasn't me.
So a total of 101, is that right?
That's correct.
101 photos of the neighborhood. In the neighborhood.
Now, we don't have all
Neighborhood.
101, but I want to ask you, do these appear to be some of the images that appear inside this phone related to this extraction report?
They do.
Look at Boss Baby. He's looking at it like, what? Those aren't mine. I didn't take those pictures. I didn't take 101 pictures 3 days after I Google searched his house. Margaret, I think he just came home.
Was there also an extraction report
was killed.
created relating to images that appeared to have information related to Jeffrey Gehrman?
There was.
How many tags were there?
7.
Why don't you tell us again about the pathway? Where did these images come from?
From the Google Photos app.
So the same application that had kind of like this, the pictures of the cars driving by, same place,
Yes.
in the same place where all the Bronze Circle pictures are taken, correct?
Yes.
Okay, those came from the 12th and the 15th. Tell us about this date. When did these images, when are these at least show up as being modified?
8/23/2022.
Okay, so just a couple of days later, correct?
Correct.
And every one of these 7 images is from that date, correct?
Correct.
Not looking good for Boss Baby.
If you could, please read me the name that is under registrants.
Jeffrey M. Gehrman.
Okay.
He was
I'd like to go
searching
2
up.
notches down. Please read.
He was searching up. Either he ran the plate of or he had the VIN number of Jeffrey Gehrman's vehicle. He's probably using county resources to do it, would be my guess. Because this is stuff you either have to pay for or have access to. You can't just go around looking up people's VIN numbers. A little chilling, damning, in my opinion. Can't wait to hear the defense.
Read the registrant and the address.
Jeffrey M. Gehrman, 7216 Bronze Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89128, I believe.
Okay. Can you tell me what is this? Read the top line up here. What does that say?
2021 Honda Civic Sport.
It provides a VIN number as well. Is that right?
It does.
Okay. It provides the body style. Is that right?
It does.
And when we look at this, can you look at the bottom and read the words of what that says right there?
Dell.
Okay. You're familiar with computers, correct?
Correct.
Does that appear to be a monitor?
It does.
A monitor that might be sitting on a desk, potentially?
Potentially.
This came out of Mr. Telles' phone.
Yes,
And the date of the modification on this is August 23rd. Is that right?
that's correct.
And that would be roughly 8 or 9 days. I just can't remember if August, is August a 31 day? I feel like August
30
is
days,
31
hat September, April, June,
If
and
that's the
November.
case, then that would be
31.
9 days where Mr. Gehrman was killed.
I
Correct.
still do that
Okay.
every time I need to figure it
So
out.
this image comes out of Mr. Telles' phone. 31 days. I love that math. It's good. Okay. Did this image come out of Mr. Telles' phone?
It did.
Please, what are the names that we keep seeing appearing in here?
Jeffrey M. Gehrman.
Okay, and it's listing what? What are we? What's it kind of showing? Different what?
Different cars.
Okay.
I love this. I love this. It's worth interrupting the stream for to take a little breath. Not vituperative says, hello, friends. Hello. You know what I love when you change your screen names to match the trial that we're covering. And somebody else just said that too, that I just highlighted about vituperative. That is the word that we learned yesterday from going over the motion for a new trial on the Ashley Benefield case. In case you don't know, vituperative means bitter and abusive. So we're trying to work that into our everyday conversation. Thank you, not vituperative, for playing along. I love you with all of my heart.
Again, do we see the Dell thing again?
Yes.
Okay. Next image, is this another angle of it? Another angle of like another image?
Yes.
Okay, it appears to come from a monitor, from a monitor for a computer.
Yes.
Is it more information about Gehrman and Hondas?
It is.
I guess there's another one down here, 2003 what?
2003 Volkswagen Passat GL.
Right. What are we looking at here? This is another image that came from the phone.
It is.
And again, it has similar information that we saw from one of the other images.
Correct.
Again, this comes out of Mr. Telles' phone.
It does.
And let's look at this one. What's this say up here?
Jeffrey M. Gehrman.
Okay, does it provide a date of birth for Mr. Gehrman?
It does.
What is the date of birth of Mr. Gehrman?
8/23/1953, 69 years old.
All right. Does it also provide a bronze circle address as well for Mr. Gehrman?
It does.
So the date on that is 8/23. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you also did a download of Mr. Telles' work computer, correct?
Correct.
A computer that was found in his office. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you produce a series of reports similar to an extraction report in relation to that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to open up the first file here that's entitled Chrome Autofill 07216 Bronze. Is this kind of the cover page for your report, sir?
For a PDF report, yes.
Okay. So this indicates Chrome Autofill Record 1. Is that right?
That's correct.
Tell me what's the significance of the category name?
When something's typed in, such as an address into Google, it might think you want to store that as an autofill to make it easier to populate when you're typing something in the future.
What's the date on that?
That is 8/23/2022. It's 6:05:40 p.m.
Okay. So that's the same date that we had those that we looked at before, right?
Yes.
So the ones that had like the car registration information that appear to be on a monitor, computer monitor, we've got the same, at least the same date as those images, correct?
That's correct.
Can you please read to me what value was entered in at that point?
7216 bronze.
That's the same street associated with Mr. Gehrman on those images from 823, is that right?
That's correct.
Is that the same street name as all of those Google mapped images that we saw?
Correct.
Ed defense. He was just interested in buying the house.
Let's open the file. It says Chrome logins, R.E. Telles. Now, read to me username. What's it say?
The username is rtellis at Clark County.
Okay, what's the created date and time on that?
8/23/2022 at 6:04:56 p.m.
All right. And what is IDI core? Do you know what that is?
I do not know what
Okay.
IDI core is.
But essentially, just to be clear, the last thing that we looked at also tied into IDI core, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so all this comes from the IDI core program, right?
Correct.
And whoever punched in their username put in rtellis at Clark County,
Yes.
okay, on 8/23 of 2022.
Yes.
Now I'm opening a file that says Chrome Web History Expanded Person Search. Can you tell me what's the date and time on this one?
8/23/2022, 6:05:41 p.m.
And read to me the URL or the website that was being visited.
It's www.idicore.com/search/expanded person search.
And there's a visit count. How many times is that visited?
7.
And again, this is all from the same date as we saw those other images that appear to come from a desktop monitor.
Correct.
Court's indulgent. I have no further questions for this witness.
Well, we're at 1 hour and 12 minutes. I think this is as good a time as any to take a little tiny break and to hear a word from our sponsor of today's show, because it's so exciting that we have a sponsor for today's show. It's very timely because there's just been a giant hack, another giant hack that we talk about all the time. We talk about the hacks all the time, but this time the social security number of every single American has been leaked to the dark web, and yours is out there too. But luckily, my sponsor is here to help. So let's all do me the favor of listening to a quick message from our sponsor, as read to you by me. Today's video is sponsored by Aura. And it's a really important time to be talking about them because hackers may have stolen the social security numbers of every American. Over 2.9 billion records were stolen from National Public Data, which offers personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and others doing background checks. These stolen records include a person's full name, address, date of birth, social security number, and phone number, along with alternate names and birth date. And members of this hacker group have reportedly released this information on the dark web for free. I don't know if you've ever had your identity stolen, but I've had clients who've had their identity stolen. And not only is it a major hassle, but oftentimes before you find out, it's too late. The damage can take years to undo, and it's a hassle that you definitely do not want to deal with. So if you haven't been taking precautions before with your personal information online, this should be a huge wake-up call. You've never been more vulnerable online than you are right now. But I'm not too worried about it because I use Aura. Aura alerts me if they find my phone number, my email, my social security number, or any other personal information on the dark web. They're going to let me know fast if anyone tries to use this information to access my credit or bank accounts. They give me up to $5 million in identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. They also provide a bunch of other features to to keep you safe online, all inside one app. And you can go to my link at www.aura.com/Melanie Little to try it for free for 14 days. That'll be enough time for Aura to find out if any of your personal information or data has been exposed. I highly recommend you do this right now, because not only is national public data not going to do anything to help you, they probably aren't even going to face any repercussions for this breach. I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches. And if you don't want to either, you want to go to my link, www.aura.com/Melanie Little, to try 2 weeks for free. You can thank me later. You can thank me later. The stories this morning in chat when I played this commercial earlier were crazy. People have had their homes stolen and not found out about it until way later. So many people have had identities stolen. And yeah, it takes years to come out from under that. And your credit will be shot by the time you figure it out. And this company's not going to do anything. And they're not even going to face any repercussions. So now that everyone has been exposed, not just AT&T wireless customers, it's really important. I'm just like gnat flying around me. That's why I'm making these crazy motions. And I can't catch it. Trust me, you do not want that to happen to you. So I'm offering you a solution. It's free for 14 days. I highly suggest and recommend that you take advantage of that offer. And we are back to the Telles trial for cross-examination of Cellebrite Daddy.
Afternoon.
In reference to the report that you generated, which is State's Exhibit 354, we'll start with the questions concerning the extractions in reference to the cell phone. Do you call that line of questioning? There are a number of times that you were asked by the state the cell phone, and you pretty much every time responded the iCloud, correct? These images that you can testify to were derived or extracted from the iCloud.
No, iCloud would be for an Apple phone. This was a Google phone.
Okay, so
just
it would be
the
a cloud, the
Yes.
cloud, Google Cloud. I mean,
Yes.
are you aware of how many?
If you're new here, this defense attorney's voice reminds me of Eric Roberts, brother of Julia Roberts, father of Emma Roberts, who is in every single Lifetime movie ever, playing the creepy doctor who kills the unsuspecting, divorced mom. I can't unhear it.
Devices, communication devices had access to this cloud.
I'm not.
Welcome, Scott. Welcome back.
So it could be 1, it could be 20. You're not able to give an opinion or testimony in reference to the number of cell phones, correct?
With access to that cloud account, no.
You have had experience in your employee dealing with clouds that are hacked?
Personally, no.
Personally, but you're aware of investigations wherein a person's cloud is hacked.
Yes,
In fact, we hear about it, don't we? Oftentimes, oh, my cloud was hacked.
we do.
How funny is that they were just talking about hacking and people getting your social security number and stealing your identity, but I don't think anybody's hacking his Google Cloud. I mean, let me know what you think, if this is a viable defense.
You were not called upon to conduct an investigation concerning the hacking of this cloud, correct?
No.
You were asked questions concerning an application in reference to security cameras. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Correct.
And it appeared that there was an app downloaded, whether to the phone. Can you testify concerning that? Was that downloaded to the phone or to the cloud?
It was downloaded to the phone.
So we're able to pinpoint the security application being downloaded to that phone, correct?
Correct.
The Pixel phone.
Correct.
And you were asked a date, and that date was on September 5th, 2022, correct?
That sounds correct.
And this app that was downloaded was concerning security cameras.
That's what it sounds like.
Fairly common. One can download a security camera app in order to monitor their security cameras.
It is.
You'll agree with me that generally people download or purchase a security camera and download an application concerning that security camera if there's a concern in reference to their security.
Yes.
You were asked questions in relation to the date that Mr. Gehrman passed, and you were told, hey, if it's September 2nd, 2022, would you have any reason to disagree with me? Call that question.
Yes.
Obviously, this case concerns the passing, the killing of Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that a person downloads a security app in reference to a security system in order to protect themselves and their property.
Correct.
Especially after they murdered someone, maybe. Innocent until proven guilty.
Obviously, the point being that hey, if a person's concerned about their security, someone that they may know has been killed, it would be reasonable to assume they would get a security camera and download an app in order to access that security camera from their phone.
Could be.
In reference to the Dell, the desktop, the last part of your questioning is concerning various downloads in reference to Mr. Gehrman from the office laptop. Remember that line of questioning?
The office computer, yes.
Correct. Based upon your testimony, those images were downloaded after 6 p.m., correct?
Those images were still in UTC time. The one on the screen shows right now, they haven't been converted for Pacific Standard Time yet.
After 5 o'clock.
No,
What?
that website, if you do the time conversion, would be 11:05:41 a.m. on the 23rd.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect?
Yes.
Does it matter?
There were some questions about hacking. Did you see, when you reviewed the phone, did you find any evidence that this phone download was corrupted in any way?
No.
Did anybody from Metro Homicide provide you any information to suggest that this phone had been hacked into?
No.
There was questions about it's reasonable to assume. I think the question related something along the lines of, if someone had been murdered, it might be reasonable to assume someone might download a security camera to potentially protect themselves. Do you remember being asked something like that?
I do.
Yeah, do it.
Under that same line, possibly if someone actually had committed the killing, would it be reasonable to assume you might want to put security cameras up to see if people...
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, to see if people were going to be coming to arrest
time
you.
that we can see up on the screen, 6:05 on 8/23/2022. When you convert that to UTC time, what does that actually come out to?
Again, it's 8/23/2022 at 11:05:41 a.m.
Showing opposing counsel, which is marked as no objection. Permission to publish 351.
Okay, it's admitted by stipulation at this
Correct,
time,
yes.
and you may publish.
Could we just cue over for 1 second?
This guy reminds me of Jimmy Smits.
So, we. August 22nd fell on a what?
August 22nd fell on a Monday.
And you said the time was what time when you converted to UTC time?
I believe it was 11. Well, what I converted to Pacific Standard Time was 11:05 and was it 41 seconds?
So at 11:05 on a Monday, someone went into Mr. Telles's work computer and started looking up things like 7216 Bronze Circle.
Correct.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena.
Not just Cyndi Lauper, Bella Brat for you. She reminds me of Megan Mullally. Her character, Karen, on Will and Grace, even more so, right?
Witness waiting?
Maybe approach him.
Sure.
If Jimmy Schmitz and Rob Schneider had a baby, says Don K9, and yep, I think that's it. He's a mashup. Look at this. It's a sidebar and a triple split screen. This is so exciting. You have no idea.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to recess for lunch. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, to any research, consult dictionaries, the internet or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you, and will be in recess till 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next thing here, please, George.
1:30, which will be, oh, we have a half an hour. We have a little bit like a half an hour here. Because, well, let's just watch the fade out of the defendant. We even tried to start late so that we could fast forward through the lunch break, but we're still going to be given an extra half an hour. Only in Vegas. Did they freeze frame it? Because he's not moving and it's on. And it's buffering. Guess they did. They froze their feed. That is so weird. Well, this is going to be their screensaver instead of the seal of the great state of Nevada. I'm loving being in Vegas. How about you guys? I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It's almost 10 p.m., Bridget. Where Bridget is. Yes, Linda, it says, oh my, and that's what the defense comes up with. They were hacked. Look at Laura Christine gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. You're so kind and generous to this channel. And to those of you who randomly receive them from YouTube, welcome. Congratulations, Italian Pam Lee. Thank you so much for also gifting a membership. You guys are amazing. Heidi Asborn put in here way earlier, GoFundMe for Botox. For me or for him? Because I could definitely use one, especially with the lighting from the side thing. I can see the 11s not looking so good. So I'll happily take one. Great idea. Kimmy, thanks again for another super chat from Canada. A cat. He was laying in waiting. Laying in wait. You are correct. Kathy said, it'll be so much more dignified to just take a plea and go quietly serve your sentence. Wouldn't it be? Wouldn't it? Mr. Boss Baby feeling vituperative now, says Sharma Lily. Kathy says, am I wrong to have already made up my mind and don't need any more evidence? And that reminds me of a song. See if you can name this artist who sings, she's already made up her mind. That's not the greatest. I don't even know if that's the tune. She's already made up her mind. Name that artist without Googling it. Ready? Somebody's got to know. Same person also sings, that's right, you're not from Texas. No, it is not Billy Joel. Not Billy Joel. I was like, no, don't do it. Don't get the Botox. I'm like, those are called 11s right there. Do. Nope, no Bruce Springsteen, not Metallica, not Paul McCartney. I'll give you, not Dan Matthews, Run DMC. No, Lyle Lovett. Thank you, Rosemary Silva. Thank you, Rosemary Silva. Did you Google it or did you really know that? That was a great album, that album. Do you remember when Lyle Lovett was married to Julia Roberts? Doesn't that seem like 700 years ago? Yep, Lyle Lovett. That is correct. Ding, 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 ding. Winna, winna, chicken dinner. You guys are awesome. Let's take, I did give the biggest hint, right? I know, it was such a big hint. Nobody was getting it. Everybody thought it was Billy Joel just because it was me. Who is Lyle Lovett? It says JP Eagles and Cats. Yep. He was married to Julia Roberts. Yeah, that was like 100 years ago, it feels like. And Magnolia Gypsy's in Texas. She didn't even get it. Also, maybe we could use Botox so he doesn't resemble a Shar-Pei. Lyle who? Says Rocky. Some people love Lyle Lovett. I love Lyle Lovett and his large band. That's some really good stuff, isn't it? JP's like, sorry, I'm old, but I'm not up to snuff with my music. Enchiladas the bear. That was way before my time. Which, the Julia Roberts connection? Phoebe, was he offered a plea? Does anyone know if Sarah Boone ever was offered a plea? I don't know. I don't think he was offered a plea. They did take the death penalty off the table for him. So that's kind of a win. Nobody knows who Lyle Lovett is. You guys are freaking me out over here. You're freaking me out. We have a few minutes. Let's take a quick 10. Go grab some popcorn. Go grab a drink. Give my mods a break. It's only been an hour and a half, but I need to use the facilities. So I'm going to put up the break sign, and we're going to take a quick one. You can keep chatting. You don't have to leave. We're on real time, so court's not coming back for about half an hour, but I'll come back quickly. So let's take a quick one. If you're on replay, just fast forward through it. We're back. Torrential downpours here. Any fellow Long Islanders in the chat? We got something like more than 9 inches of rain last night in a very, very quick period of time. And again, more torrential rain right now is weird because it was sunny 5 minutes ago. So bizarre. Really, really crazy. Thank you, Kim, for becoming a new member. Thank you. Thank you. Tara Christine says, love how this prosecutor is kind and professional in the midst of a tragedy, unlike the snark sister prosecutors in the Ashley Benefield trial. Could you imagine how different the Benefield trial would have been if this female prosecutor was prosecuting that case? I got some heat in my comments yesterday for putting the evil stepsisters on my thumbnail. I don't care. The way those two women prosecuted Ashley Benefield was egregious, so unprofessional, so unnecessary, so bullying and unbecoming of prosecutors. It would have been a totally different trial if you had an attorney like this one on that trial, in my opinion. Connie's like, love how you know Aiden's intro song, Love, Love, Bang, 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 Bang. Fun fact, I was in court on the day, on the Karen Reed case, the day that the Bang Bang song was first played for Alan Jackson. And I was sitting there at lunch with him when they played it for him to see what he thought about it. He thought it was hilarious. So it was a song before it was Aiden's theme song. I don't know who made that song, but they also, in a final cut of that song, asked permission to use a clip of my voice saying, "We are outraged," in the final version of it. And I'm like, happily, I will happily donate my voice for the cause of the Karen Reed case, whatever I can do to help. Pilgrim Shadow, thanks for the 20. That's why, if you please, I am on my bended knees. Bertha, don't you come around here anymore. That's Bertha from the Grateful Dead. Pilgrim Shadow's always giving me Grateful Dead quotes every day because we are fellow Deadheads. If you see the poster behind me, you know. Please don't touch Botox or anything else. You look perfect on the screen. Don't mess with it. Botox, don't you come around here anymore. Thank you for the 20. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. What else should we talk about? We like the chit chat during the break. We don't have to talk about the case. We can talk about anything you want. What do you guys want to talk about? It's really coming down now. If the internet goes out, we'll just come right back. So don't worry. Rainy day girl. Rainy day girl is here on the rainy day. Mississauga, GTA was underwater Saturday. Insane rainfall. Folks rescued from their cars. Highway was a river, waist high. I was spared 40 minutes west of it. Old hometown. That's crazy. That is crazy. Thank you, Black Rose. Vinnie Politan is sitting at 71.7 thousand. I'm at 66.6. That means I'm 5,000 behind him. And it's an unofficial competition for me to beat Vinnie Politan's private YouTube channel in subscriber count. He doesn't know anything about it. So if you guys would help me in my personal quest, that would be pretty freaking awesome. It's free to hit that button below that just says subscribe on it. Charma Lily, thank you for gifting a membership. You're so kind. And to whoever got it, congrats. When is Judge Cannoni going to render a decision in the Karen Reed case? That's what I want to know. How long does it take? It's been 10 days. So I wonder, when she's going to decide to render her decision on whether or not she's going to allow the jurors to come back in and be questioned with regard to whether or not they reached acquittals on counts 1 and 3. Timu Tellies. Timu Tellies. Oh, wow. Debbie says a couple houses were pushed out in the water at the Outer Banks. Crazy. God knows. The Albert's bulkhead doors, Long Island, was slammed this morning. North shore of Suffolk was hammered. A lot of students at Stony Brook University were evacuated. A lot of people were evacuated in the middle of the night. Scott, I read this morning. Iceman 2.0. By the way, I looked up that movie, Broke Down Palace. And yes, the filmmakers named it after that song. They did, after the Grateful Dead song. Also, La Bamba, Richie Valens, Lou Diamond Phillips was in it with Bill Pullman and Kate Beckinsale. Yep, and Claire Danes. Did you watch it, Iceman? Did you watch it? And we were talking about that movie yesterday, Broke Down Palace, during, what did I do yesterday? The Ashley Benefield motion to dismiss. Broke Down Palace is a movie that just stuck with me. It scared the bejesus out of me. It's about two young girls that go to Thailand on vacation, and some guy says, "Can you hold this for me?" And it's drugs in their luggage. They get caught, and they wind up getting sent to a Thai prison, and it's haunted me ever since. Magnolia Gypsy, her longest, meaning Judge Canoni, has been 72 days in deciding a motion. They say the average is 22 days. But she put the trial date, she set the trial date intentionally for January, the retrial date, knowing that there was going to be an appeal here. I mean, you have to assume most judges already have the decision written in their heads. I don't know what the submit date of this motion was, but she's had a really long time to think about it. And also, most judges have law clerks that typically write their decisions for them. So I don't understand what the holdup is. Bev's just so tired. Don't rush her. I know, MD. I know. Right, Bella and Brat, for you. Says, Canoni will wait until a Friday. I keep waiting. I'm waiting for it. Haven't seen it yet. Still waiting. Still waiting. Name that artist. Still waiting. Still waiting. That's a great song by a great band. If you know, you know. JP Eagles, she needs to consult her school books. Mm-hmm. Now, do you remember the guy's name who wrote and sang the Karen Reed song for Will, the Bang Bang guy? Did he write it for Will? Or was it a different song? I'm not involved in this conversation. She's going to procrastinate as long as she can, says Aristide. Michaela Toma says, or Mihaela, got to remember it's been a long day for her. Robbie Rope says, Betterow has been super diplomatic with Judge Bev. I'm not feeling it. Well, remember, he's admitted pro hoc vice now in Massachusetts. So he has to change his attitude a little bit. JV Eagle says, I don't think Bev is capable of making the right decision. Phoebe said, Mark Betterow said she'd take her time on that response due to the unprecedented nature of the decision. Yeah. Shantae's Inferno El Rose says Bev uses a typewriter. That or she's typing it out on her old BlackBerry. Not some 41. Oh, wait. Chris Loring wrote the Glare song. I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me. What was that? I just got a crazy beep in my ear. Hello. Is that like the emergency system? No, it's coming from the law and crime. Wow, that was horrifying. All right, let me turn that volume off. I've been getting more emergency alerts on my cell phone than I have ever received in the past 24 hours. Remember when they used to do that on TV when we only had about 5 channels? This is a test of the emergency response system. And then they would warn you before they played that. This is only a test. Right. Baby Telles escaped. Did you hear it? Somebody opened the emergency exit door. Oh, Jen T coming in with the tea says she's gonna go in on vacation the last week of August and the first week of September. Are you talking about Judge Canoni? Huh. Charma Lily says she's writing it out on a stone slate. So do you think she'll render the decision? She'll release it before her vacation or after? After Labor Day, says Rara. And trial will start after all the holidays have gone away. Yeah, well, she did set that trial date for something like mid-January. I have it in my calendar. So it's definitely after the holidays. But that's why she said she was making it 6 months out. Yeah, Anna says that too. She's going on vacation. She probably won't give a decision until after Labor Day. Yeah, Mark has to play nice. Not vituperative. Anyone know about this super full moon? Yes, I know. I can feel it. And I think it only happens once every 10 years, if I'm correct about that. Danielle Alexander says, Bev's busy doing her 5K crab crawl on the Cape. Ask Auntie Deb. He knows. Oh, I love that guy. Love that guy so much. He's hilarious. Julia's behind, but she's like the Godfather. And it just cracks me up when people are like behind on the stream, which I love, and then participating in the live chat. Oh my God, Thunder. Crazy Thunder Scott. Scott, are you out there? How are you, Scott? Breaker 19, Breaker 19. Albert's bulkhead doors. Are you hearing the thunder? Yeah, it's a full moon during a Mercury retrograde. It's like, how much stuff can they throw at me at once? Really? I'm an empath. It's crazy. Oh, thank you, Anita Martini, for being here for this woman and her chat. And for all of you who stuck up for me with regard to the nasty comment I pinned on the last stream, which I just thought was so funny. Like, dude, why are you even coming here to leave a nasty comment? So when people do that, I pin them. Why should I delete them? I'm just going to pin them to the top and let you guys go at them. Somebody said something. He said something like, "This woman takes forever to get to the point." Misogyny much? Can you say misogyny? You stop to watch the show on replay and you stop to craft your nasty comment. Why not just keep moving on? I don't know. Jody Arrington is enlightening us about the moon. The moon was full at 2:25 p.m. It's a super moon because its orbit pulls it close to the Earth, making it look large and blue moon because it's 2 full moons in 1 month. It's your birthday, Donna Burke. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Donna Burke. Yeah, we just had a massive downpour, Scott. It's coming. Maybe it's coming your way. Chair pants all day. Oh, thank you. Thank you for reminding me to recommend Jury Duty, the TV show on Amazon Prime, to anyone who has not seen it yet. It is hilarious. That is where the chair pants reference comes from. It is so funny. Chair pants all day says Bev has to go get her chisel and slab from the Cape. That's hilarious. Number 1, thank you for keeping me laughing. Number 2, thank you for changing your name. Number 3, and number 4, if you guys have not watched Jury Duty on Amazon Prime, please go do it. It's kind of a reality show mashed up with candid camera. And it's about a guy, a really nice guy, who thinks he's going on jury duty. But what he doesn't know is that everyone else in this California courthouse, including the judge, the jurors, the people just milling around the courthouse, the lawyers, everyone is an actor except for him. And it is hilarious. And I'm bummed because I auditioned for that show. Some of you know I'm also an actor, in my free time and when there's no strikes or anything. And I auditioned for that show. I auditioned for that show to play the plaintiff's attorney. And the woman who booked it, I think she was a redhead. And I'm so bummed that I didn't book it because it was nominated for an Emmy. I would have been able to go to the Emmys this year. I know, Lisa, we need another season, except the jig is up, right? I don't think they could ever do that again with a jury duty situation, but they could do it with another situation. That would be fun, right? And the guy is so nice, right? Not only is it hilarious, but it's also heartwarming. And it's also got oh, hang on a second. I got to remember his name. James Marsden. James Marsden, he's an actor playing like the biggest D-bag version of himself in the show Jury Duty. And he plays himself being called for jury duty. And it is so funny. And was he Spider-Man or something? Hold on, I got to IMDb him. Give me a second. He was a superhero in some movie, and they have like a funny bit about it where the guy who's not the actor is like, "Oh, you were help me. What movie did he know he was in? Well, he was in X-Men. Was that it?" It's really funny. He was also in The Notebook. He was the guy she didn't pick. Yes, it was like punked. I love when actors play themselves. Yeah, but he was like the biggest like jerky version of himself. Did you watch it, Olyanka? You would love it. Cheryl loved it. Yeah, everyone needs a good comedy, and that is a really good comedy. There's like 8 or 9 episodes, and it's heartwarming. It's funny. And James Marsden said when he took the role, he said, "Listen, I don't want, this guy who doesn't know that we're all actors. I don't want him to be made a fool of. I don't want him to be made look bad. So if that's what you're doing with this show, I don't want any part of it." And it's heartwarming. And what's so interesting is that every day the actors had to pivot because they never knew what this guy was going to do or what he was going to say. And so they had like an idea of where they wanted the storyline to go, but they had to be able to pivot on a dime. Oh, Santos pled guilty today? Yeah, that was happening right here in federal court on Long Island, Central Islip. Thanks, Missy. I will set my intentions. I also went to see that movie last night. It Ends With Us. Did anybody see it yet? The Blake Lively movie about DV. And I auditioned for that movie too. I auditioned to play Blake Lively's mother. So I had to go see it to see who booked it, and whether or not my audition scenes were better than what I saw in the movie. And I just got to say, I did a really good job. And also, it's okay that I didn't book it. It's okay. Which is, it's another like bummer because this was like one of the biggest movies of the summer, right? Up against Deadpool for like box office this week. And I think I do kind of look like I could be Blake Lively's mother. So that's cool. Yeah, Ronald was a really nice guy. Ronald is the guy from Jury Duty. He was so nice. So nice. Hi, Michelle. No, my credits are limited, but I've auditioned for Law and Order several times. I'm waiting for that to break through. I've been on like a Discovery ID show. I was on Eva Lives Here on Discovery ID. If you guys watch Discovery ID, I was also in a couple of Discovery ID shows, which now escape my memory. I was in a show called The Food That Built America. I played the widow of the guy who invented Coca-Cola. That was really fun because it was a period piece in the 1800s. And that was really cool. Thanks, not Sir Ray Davies. Says I'm too young to play with Blake Lively's mother, but not really. I can see you playing Blake's mom. I also auditioned to be, oh no, I was pitching myself to audition to play, what's her name? They're still on break. Don't worry, we're just chit-chatting. Amy Schumer's mother in that show. I forget what it was called, but it got canceled anyway, so that's okay. Oh, I was in Ocean's 18. Ocean's 8. Ocean's 8, not Ocean's 18. But if you blinked, you missed me. I didn't speak. It was in like the VIP fashion show. scene of Ocean's 8. And I was in the same room with Kate Blanchett, and I met Helena Bonham Carter in the bathroom. So like that was really cool. But Kate Blanchett and who else was in that movie? Hold on. Sandra Bullock was in the same room with them. So that was really cool. And we filmed it at JFK Airport in the old TWA terminal, which is totally retro and super cool. That was really fun. That was a while ago, a long time ago. And also, you know, when you film these things, it's like years before they ever are released anyway. There's another show that I'm in. You can't really talk about it until after it airs. Another show that I'm in that hasn't been released yet. Been in a couple of films that went to film festivals that never really got a wide release. I was on a show called Homicide City. That's also a Discovery ID show. Yeah, so, you know, it's fun, but after the panty and after the SAG strike and the writer's strike, I mean, it's been drying up. Oh, Matt, Red Marble Media just contacted me about Evil Lives Here. They want to profile my brother. Let me tell you something about Red Marble Media. They do it right. I worked with them on Evil Lives Here, and they were a great company to work with. I don't know what happened to your brother, but that's devastating. I don't know if he was the victim or the perpetrator, and they're a great company to work with, so highly recommend. You can email me if you want more info. Fanbase at mlittlelaw.com. Donna Burke's like, I always knew you a wicked smart, but this is fire. Sandra Bullock did not give me the side eye. I heard she's really nice. Darla, your opinion why they would take the death penalty off seems as premeditated as you can get. Congratulations on the shows. Oh, well, you got to talk about the case again. I'm just kidding. They're still not back. I have this up on the second screen. Don't you worry. I don't know. I don't know why they would take the death penalty off. I didn't do enough of the pretrial stuff to opine on that. If anybody knows the actual reason, please let me know. Sisters. Kimmy? What sisters? I mean, I could be sisters with Blake Lively. That's really nice. Why are they trying to cancel Blake Lively right now anyway? Anybody know? Trying to cancel her because of, oh, they're back. Because of her promotion of this movie, saying that it's a rom-com and not a show about DV, and she should be taking this opportunity to talk about DV. I don't know. Maybe it's a little too, I don't know. And I really don't know. But like, did anybody think maybe it's a little too close to home for her and she doesn't want to talk about it? I don't know. I don't think she should be canceled over it. That's just crazy.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Gaddis.
Detective Gaddis. I think this is the lead detective, not Detective Goddess. Don't go by the closed captions that just called this man or woman Detective Goddess. Motions and Lemonade. Oh, it is a she. Yay. Another beautiful woman coming in to testify on behalf of the Las Vegas Metro Police Department. Right on.
Given this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Record.
My first name is Justine, Justine. My last name is Gaddis, Gatus.
May I proceed? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
I am a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you worked for Metro total?
Total 17 years, and I've been a detective for 12. I've been in the homicide section for 6.
Okay, so you were working in the homicide section on September the 3rd of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the members of the jury how it is that homicide assignments for particular cases come about? Like, what is the rotation?
And that's exactly what it is. It's literally a rotation. We have 4 squads. There's 6 people on each squad, and it just goes through basically 12 different teams as the days go by. It's just whoever catches the next case.
So there's no way of knowing ahead of time when you're going to catch a particular homicide?
No, ma'am.
And it's random who's assigned to a particular case?
And it sticks in the rotation form. Yeah.
Okay. So you had no way to pre-assign yourself to the investigation of Jeffrey Gehrman?
That's correct.
You just happened to be the team that was up on the 3rd?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got that case, can you describe for the members of the jury how it is that detectives in homicide are notified to respond to a particular location?
So we get phone calls or texts actually pretty regularly. But that day in particular, it was, I think, probably just a text message. They send us an address and an event number, and that's it. We show up at the address, and then we get a briefing from the patrol officers, and they give us a general background of what they have so far with their preliminary investigation.
Okay. And so on the 3rd, you would have responded to Bronze Circle?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's 7216 Bronze Circle.
That is correct.
I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted, State's Exhibit 4.
This is witness number
Does that appear to be
28.
the location that you responded to?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond by yourself, or did other detectives come with you?
No, my team. We all go together as a team.
Okay. And the team would include like a lieutenant, a sergeant, and
That is correct.
And
If
you're-
there's 6 detectives that are available, all 6 of us go. Sometimes people are off or on vacation, but then our chain of command, so our sergeant and then our lieutenant.
okay. And when you first get there, I think you mentioned that you're briefed by patrol detectives. Is that correct?
Yes, on this one, it was patrol detectives who briefed us.
Okay. And then after you get a briefing, what do the homicide detectives do after that?
We pretty much assign jobs out. Being the lead case agent, we know our responsibilities, and that's basically to document the scene along with the crime scene analyst. The rest of the members of the team will have them go look for video surveillance, go try to find witnesses, just knock doors and see who can find to talk to.
Okay. So you were the primary.
Yes, ma'am.
So that meant you stayed at the scene with the crime scene analyst.
Yes,
When you walk, I assume at some point you walked the scene,
correct.
and did you go inside the house as well?
Yes, ma'am.
When you did sort of perimeter view of that scene, did you see any signs of forced entry or anything that caused you concern that the inside of that house might have been compromised?
No,
The scene's primarily on the left side of the house on the side yard?
the west side, yes.
Okay. When you went to the scene, I assume it was roped off by patrol officers
Crime scene tape was up, yes.
prior
Wow.
to your arrival?
Correct.
Okay. And
Don't assume, Madam Prosecutor, because that's not how they do it in Canton.
I'm going to put on the overhead now, State's Exhibit 10. You recognize that photo, I assume,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's Mr. Gehrman.
That's
Oh,
correct.
I
As
didn't
he
want to see
appeared at
that.
the scene when you get there on the 3rd.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you arrived at the homicide scene, were you familiar with who he was?
No,
Okay, did at some point in the investigation you learned that, oh, he's a local reporter and kind of well known?
yep, that day, actually, one of the neighbors told somebody on our squad or somebody in the patrol section that he was a reporter for the RJ, so we did know that day.
Okay, and when you observed Mr. Gehrman at the scene itself, did you take note of items of property that were on his person?
Yes, I did.
And what did you take, what was on him?
He still had his car keys, he had money, he had his phone. There was, most valuable things that people generally keep with them, he had.
Okay, and I'm putting on the overhead States 41, does that appear to be the keys?
Yes, ma'am.
And his car was where at the scene?
It was in the garage.
Okay, and this is States 43. Can you tell what that is there?
I think, is that part of the wallet?
Yeah, and this is a better photo, States 46,
Yes.
and his wallet had cash in it.
Yes, it did.
And then I think you said he also had his phone on him as well.
Correct.
And this is States 40.
Yes, ma'am.
So all of his valuables are on his person, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
When you took note of him though, I assume you're not touching the body and you're wearing gloves and that whole thing?
Right. We don't touch the body at all until the coroner investigators, that's their job.
Okay. But did you note or could you see that there were sharp force injuries or some type of injuries on his person?
Yes.
And that was probably readily apparent at the scene?
Yes.
I think you described that you don't touch the body until coroner investigators come to the scene as well.
Correct.
And they arrive because they have kind of concurrent jurisdiction with homicide detectives over an individual who has been murdered. Is that true?
Over any person, anybody that has died, the coroner investigators, they basically have jurisdiction over the body.
Okay.
We
so-
have the scene, but they have the human.
And so when they before homicide could move a body, the coroner's investigators have to arrive as well, and everybody has to kind of assess the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, though, obviously, an individual who's deceased is removed from the scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
May I push the witness, Robin? Detective Gaddis, I'm showing you what's been marked as states for proposed 352. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a photo of the scene once Mr. Gehrman's body has been removed?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
State moves to admit 352.
No objection.
May I publish it, Your Honor? Thank you. I'm going to publish what's been admitted as states 352. Can you, I think there's a mouse in front of you.
Yes.
Can you just, it's probably obvious, but circle for the jury where it was that Mr. Gehrman's body was laying?
Well, so he was actually laying all the way across like this, but his upper torso area was over here where that dark staining is, which was blood.
And that was blood.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, while you stay at the scene with the crime scene analysts, our other detectives, I think you said, go and look for video in the area.
That is correct.
After you clear the scene and some video has been collected, does yourself and other detectives compile some information to be put out by Metro in a sort of a public information forum?
Yes, we did.
And do you recall what date it was that those images were released to the public?
The first date was Monday, the 5th of September, 2022. And then we did an additional press release the following day, which would have been, I think it was Tuesday, the 6th.
Okay,
of
and those
2022.
would have included images of the suspect and also the suspect vehicle?
Correct.
Can you switch me over? And I'm going to show you a video. This has been admitted as states 338. Yes.
Does anybody know if Jeff Gehrman was married? In all my reading, I never came across a wife, so I'm not sure.
And do those appear to be the images, or at least some of the images that were used by Metro in conjunction with releasing information about the crime?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, after that was released, do yourself and other detectives get tips from the public, people saying who this might be?
Yes, we did. We received emails, phone calls. There was Crime Stopper tips that came in. We did receive many tips.
And did some of the tips suggest to you that you should consider Robert Telles as a suspect?
That is correct.
After you get his name as a potential suspect, do you do some research with regard to his relationship to Jeffrey Gehrman?
Yes, I did.
And what do you find out, or what do you discover?
I found several articles that Jeffrey Gehrman wrote about Rob Telles. They weren't flattering.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Thank you. Having shown defense counsel what's been marked as state's proposed 353, 353A, 353B, 353C, 353D, 353E, and 353F. Do you recognize all those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they depict some of the articles and social media commentary between Robert Telles and Jeffrey Gehrman?
Yes, they are.
State moves to admit 353A through
F?
And outside of what was previously addressed, we have no opposition.
Thank you. I'm going to put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 353. Does that appear to be one of the articles that was written about Mr. Telles by Mr. Gehrman?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was on May the 26th of 2022?
Correct.
Can you just read us the headline?
In a rare move, consultant hired to resolve turmoil in county office.
And I'm now going to put on the overhead states 353A. Appear to be another article.
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the date on that one?
It's May 16th, 2022.
And what's the headline on that one?
County office in turmoil with secret video and claims of bullying and hostility.
And now I'm going to put on the overhead states 353B.
That one's dated June 18th, 2022, and it's titled Embattled County Official Losing Re-Election Bid Posts Angry Letter.
This is the motive for the murder,
And
according to
this is
prosecutors,
states
these articles.
353C.
And the same another article written by Jeff Gurman dated June 22nd, 2022. Embattled County Official Concedes Race Remains Combative.
Now, I think you said in a couple of questions ago, there were also social media posts that you discovered in your investigation.
Yes, there were.
I'm putting on the overhead states 353D. Do these appear to be posts by Mr. Telles?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And it looks like this one at the top here is dated 6/18/22.
Correct.
Can you read it?
Wife hears rustling in the trash. Her, honey, is there a wild animal in the trash? Me, no dear, looks like it's at J. Gurman, RJ, going through our trash for his fourth story on me. Oh, Jeff, and a laughy emoji.
Okay.
These are his tweets. These are Rob Boss Baby's tweets about Gehrman.
And the rest of the text, it sort of compares or suggests that I left a pizza box and a sushi container in the trash. The next thing I'm going to have like sort of criminal organization ties.
Correct.
And then the last, well, not the last one, but the second to last one on that page, I think on 6/25/22. Can you read that one?
Typical bully, can't take a pound of criticism after slinging 100 pounds of BS. Up to article number 4 now. You'd think he'd have better things to do.
And then this
Wrong.
last one on the page, which is also on 6/18.
That one says, looking forward to lying smear piece number 4 by at J. Gurman, RJ. Hashtag one trick pony. I think he's mad that I haven't crawled into a hole and died.
Now putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 353E. Looks like some more social media posts.
Yes, ma'am.
And that one is from June the 17th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what does that one say?
It says, does the at LVRJ know that at J. Gurman, RJ may be doing double duty on their dime? Do they know that he basically made a veiled threat to take me down or take down my site, with the truth after I had already lost the election?
And then there's like a screenshot, I guess, of
Text messages. Yes,
messages between himself and Gehrman.
that is correct.
And at least can you see all of that one,
Mhm.
where Gehrman responds?
Yes.
What does that say?
In the long response there,
Yeah.
it says, Rob, I'm putting together another story on your office. This has to do with the letter you posted on your campaign website addressing the hostile work allegations. Employees view that as a threat of retaliation and have reported it to Human Resources. I would like to get your comments on that as well as your take on the election results so far. I would need something from you this afternoon.
It's like not even funny anymore, but it is kind of funny because they keep doing it. Twice in one stream is the worst. Scott McGinnis is new to this entire case. Sorry, where does Boss Baby nickname come from for the defendant? Well, his employees who filed toxic workplace allegations against him in the office which he ran nicknamed him Boss Baby because he was so mean, and also because he looks kind of like Boss Baby. So if you look in the thumbnail, and also I made an emoji just for this trial, you'll see that he does kind of look like Boss Baby, which is like a kid's cartoon that was voiced by none other than Alec Baldwin. So he does look like Boss Baby. Plus, that was the nickname that his employees gave him. So I thought it'd be a great nickname for the trial. What do you think? I like it. Members, put some emoji, some Boss Baby emojis in the chat.
Telles posted on his website, sort of answering some of the things that were alleged in those articles.
Yes, ma'am.
And let me see if I can get that. Sarah, did you already do that? Does that appear to be the letter?
Correct.
And this is for the record 338.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And that was posted on Mr. Telles's website?
Yes, ma'am. I think it was his campaign website.
Campaign website. And I'm sorry, but can you switch it back over? Thank you. I'm going to put on the overhead, states 353F. Is this a non-moving version of that letter?
That appears so, yes.
Okay. And fair to say the letter disputes several of the allegations that Mr. Gehrman wrote about in his articles?
That's correct.
Now, you do research and you learn about the kind of tension between Mr. Gehrman and Mr. Telles. Do you also, in the course of the investigation, learn that of any more information about the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And do you learn that Mr. Telles's wife has a Yukon Maroon in the same type and model as is seen in the video in around Bronze Circle?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, at some point, is there an effort made to gather a lot of video?
Yeah, yes, there was.
And can you kind of describe what that process was that the detectives and yourself went to get that level of video?
So with this, actually, we ended up kind of employing other patrol detectives to help us because it was that extensive. Typically, we go to the last place that we know that either the image of the vehicle or the image of the person was seen, and we almost kind of like just leapfrog down the street. We'll make a game plan ahead of time, even just knowing major cross streets, if there's businesses there, businesses that we've pulled video from before. So sometimes we have like previous contacts to where we can just make phone calls. But a lot of the time it's literally walking the street, driving the street, and just leapfrogging after each other to follow whatever we're looking for, whether it's a person or a vehicle.
And in this case, quite a bit of video was gathered.
Yes, ma'am.
And did Detective Mogg sort of take control of the video essentially and start compiling it in a chronological manner?
Yes.
Now, on September the 5th, did you learn something in terms of forensic evidence that you had in this case?
We did. We learned
What was that?
that there was a foreign DNA detected under Jeff Gehrman's fingernails.
At that time, did you know who that foreign DNA belonged to?
No, they ran it in the systems, our local and I think state CODIS system, and it returned with negative results.
And those are databases with known DNA profiles in them?
Correct.
And so you had requested that foreign DNA be run in those databases, but there was no response or no match.
Correct.
So once you have that foreign DNA, do you draft a search warrant in order to get a DNA sample from Mr. Telles?
I did.
And that was based on sort of the video evidence that kind of tracked a Yukon going to Mr. Gehrman's residence and then back in the area of Mr. Telles's neighborhood.
Yes.
And as well as other facts that you had developed in the case in terms of their tense relationship and the fact that he had that kind of Yukon?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm loving this detective and her look and her eyelashes, and she's giving me like Brigitte Bardot vibes.
And when you drafted that search warrant, do you recall, like, was it day, night, or when you got that signed?
That would have been in the 2:00 hour, in the like 0200 hours on September 6th, 2022. With investigations like this, we typically work very, very, very long hours. So I know we had been there all day and all throughout the night. Now it's about 2:00 in the morning when I was able to complete the search warrant and send it off to get signed.
And when you say get signed, who reviews that?
A district attorney reviews it, and then a district court judge reviews them.
And so without a judge signing off on it, you're unable to complete a search?
Correct.
The search for September 7th, was that for Mr. Telles's house to get a DNA sample and also to collect his phone?
Yes, it was.
Okay. At some point, do you learn that Mr. Telles has been pulled over on September the 7th?
Yes, and that was the same morning. I think I misspoke a moment ago and said the 6th, but it was into the 7th,
Okay.
the
so
morning.
To be clear, the warrant signed at like 2 in the morning on the 7th?
Correct.
And then he's pulled over, so to effectuate that warrant about 5 hours later.
About, yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Detective Gaddis, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 214 through 216. Just tell me if you recognize those.
Yes, ma'am.
Do those appear to be pictures of the area where Mr. Telles was pulled over on the morning of September the 7th?
Correct. It is.
State moves to admit 214 through 216.
No objection.
I'm putting on the overhead states 214. That appears to be the car. Is that the car that Mr. Telles was driving that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it patrol officers that pull him over?
Correct.
Where are you when they pull him over?
Asleep.
At your house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you get a
No, in the car.
notification that he's been pulled over?
Correct.
And what do you do?
I got in my car and drove out to the intersection that he was stopped at.
Okay. When you get to that intersection, do you try to make contact with Mr. Telles?
I did.
And did you record your conversations with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Ooh, good. Let's listen.
Did you explain to him that you had a search warrant for his DNA?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell him that you were going to go get or have someone get him a copy of the warrant so he could have it?
Correct.
At some point, do you explain to him that you'll be taking photographs of him without his clothing on and suggest that you go to a different location?
Correct. I didn't want to do that on the side of the road.
Okay. And is the location that you agreed to with Mr. Telles the Summerlin Area Command?
That is correct.
When you are going to the Summerlin Area Command, do you arrange for a crime scene analyst to come and take that buccal swab and also take photographs of Mr. Telles?
Yes, I did.
And was that Jennifer Manning?
Correct.
You go, I assume, to Summerlin Area Command with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And does Ms. Manning show up, take photographs, and take a sample from him?
Yes.
Now, once you have that DNA sample, had you made any kind of arrangements for the DNA to be tested kind of immediately?
We did. We asked CSA Manning just to drive directly back to the lab to give it to the forensic scientists.
And is that unusual to have like a sample taken and DNA turned around that fast?
Oh, yes. I've never seen one come back that fast.
Okay.
Wow.
And that was because this is sort of a dynamic investigation. So
Absolutely.
it needed to be a priority.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, while you're collecting, you're sort of there, but the crime scene analyst is collecting the buccal swab and the clothing. Were other detectives effectuating a search warrant at Mr. Telles's house?
Yes.
And that house is on Spanish Steps?
Correct.
I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 217. I know you weren't doing the search warrant, but do you recognize that location?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is Mr. Tejas' house.
Okay. Now, I'm going to just zoom in.
Do you see security cameras on his house?
Yes, I do.
Could
They
you
are
circle them with your mouse?
right over here?
Okay. So those are present on the day of the search warrant, which is the 7th.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 348. Back out here. And do you recognize that location?
That's the same house,
Okay. Do you see whether or not there are security cameras there?
and there are not.
Okay. So the surveillance photos that I just had up, those were taken on September the 1st.
That last one, yes, I believe so.
Okay. After collecting samples from and clothing from Mr. Telles, do yourself and Detective Jaffe take him back to his residence at some point?
Yes, we did later that afternoon.
Okay. Now, while you're still at Summerlin Area Command, do other detectives advise you of items that were found in the course of the search warrant?
Yes, I was getting updates throughout the day.
What sort of items were noteworthy that you recall that they found?
They called and told me that they found a pair of cut-up tennis shoes that looked like what the suspect was wearing on the video that we collected. They said that they had also located a satchel shoulder bag that looked the same as what was seen on the suspect. And there was a hat. It was a straw hat. Then they said that also had been cut up in numerous pieces as well.
We have
So
an
you
emoji
kinda
for
knew
that too.
at some point while you're at the Summerlin Area Command.
Yes, I did.
Now, and at some point, you and Detective Jaffe take Mr. Telles back to his house,
Yes, ma'am.
and he's free to go back in his house.
Correct.
At the time he was free to go back in his house, did you have any DNA confirmation results yet?
No,
How long after you let him go back in his house do you think you got the call?
less than an hour.
Okay. At that point, is a determination made we're going to arrest him?
Correct.
When Mr. Telles was in the house and ultimately officers go in and take custody of him and he's injured himself, are you present for any of that?
I was not.
Where were you at the time that was going on?
After I dropped him off at his home, Mr. Telles, I took Detective Jaffe back to his vehicle, which was at Summerlin Area Command, and then I drove to Metro Headquarters. With what we had found at the house that day, I was preparing arrest paperwork for Mr. Telles, so I drove back to the office to start my declaration of arrest.
Okay.
Holy paper rustling.
And so because you have to write a report or a declaration of arrest in order to effectuate an arrest?
Correct.
Okay.
The paperwork.
At some point after he's taken into custody, you got that phone that belonged to him, that was taken from him on September the 7th as well.
His phone, it was inside the Tesla
Okay.
that was at the traffic stop. And so we did a follow-up search warrant for that to get the phone. Yes.
So you did a follow-up warrant getting judicial authorization to go into that phone. Did you also do another search warrant on September the 8th? At an office?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes. That was at the public administrator's office.
And that was the offices of where Mr. Telles was working?
Correct.
And was a computer collected on the 8th as well?
There was several.
Now, Detective, or may I put your honor? Thank you. Detective Gaddis, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 355. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do. Yes,
Okay. Is it labeled an extraction report?
it is.
And is it a report that came from a download of Mr. Telles's phone?
Yes.
More
Statements
extraction.
to admit 355.
No objection.
And this includes messaging between Mr. Telles and Mr. Gehrman.
Correct.
I want to move to page 4. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, the date of that message is what?
May 15th, 2022.
Okay, and so it kind of corresponds with one of the news articles? Is that yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what does it say?
It says that I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people. Provided you prove that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions, still you wrote an article that makes it sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair or balanced.
And then there's another message here in the middle.
He says, I'm very distraught right now. Clearly, there are typos in my message.
These are text messages from Boss Baby Rob Telles to Jeff Garriman, the reporter, the decedent.
Then there's one towards the bottom.
Yeah, and it's still the same day, May 15th, 2022. It says, I've done so much for that office. I told you that I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't. However, clearly she was. It seems to me that you valued sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him to drop more pressure on my life.
Was there a digital version of one of the articles that Mr. Garriman wrote about Mr. Telles?
What do you mean a digital version?
Like a version that had an attached
a
video
clip, yes.
Okay. And sorry, Sarah, but could you move us over? Thank you.
The Clark County Public Administrator's Office has been mired in turmoil and internal dissension for 2 years, with workers claiming emotional stress, bullying, and favoritism. Robert Telles, who leads the office, has also faced allegations of an inappropriate relationship with a coworker, Roberta Lee Kennett. In an interview with Review Journal investigative reporter Jeff Garriman, Telles disputed several complaints.
What is your reaction to the allegations from these employees that you have created a hostile environment in this office?
Yeah, I earlier introduced you to the other 7 team members, and they're folks who all come with a great attitude, and they work hard. And together, them and I, we are what is making the difference with the performance of this office. I've tried my best to try to make everyone happy, but it's got to be within a certain framework. People just cannot get to do whatever they want, and it's unfortunate that, we've got some people who were here from before who were basically trying to railroad me. And again, you met those other folks, they're happy, they're dedicated, and we're just here to do a good job.
Telles, who's up for re-election in the June primary, blames a handful of old-timers for claims about a hostile environment in the office.
And again, no matter what type of gestures I try to make to smooth things over, to make sure that they're happy, they just don't, it's nonstop. And again, like I said, it's hard for me to make sure that I am a cheerleader for the folks who are doing really good work when I've got these other folks who are constantly, surveilling me, constantly trying to sabotage the office. But, we're doing it, but it's hard.
Telles denied allegations of any improper relationship with Lee Kennett.
And when you hear people making these allegations about your personal relationship, how do you say to people about that?
Well, honestly, it's not true. I said, I'm all of my friends, all my family know how much I love my wife. And if you look at, obviously you can't talk to the people I deal with on a daily basis. But from my social media, from everything, you can see that I am about nothing but justice, fairness, and just being a good person. And it's sickening to me, it destroys me that somebody would even level accusations like that, because I don't know, it's unreal. it's unreal the lengths that they're going to. They don't have any homes trying to ruin my personal life.
Well, they did set up a camera and caught you in a backseat meeting several times with Rebecca Lee Kennett, who testified on, what was it, you guys, day 3? And we're on day 4 now. It's day 2 or day 3? I guess it was just Friday. Today's Monday. So they did catch you on video, as you saw at the beginning of this little video that they're showing in the upper left-hand portion of your screen, her coming out of the back seat. But in my opinion, he's a guy who just blames everybody else. He doesn't take responsibility for anything. I mean, he's like, I'm not a cupcake. I can't make everyone happy. I can't make everyone happy. The old guard was against me. People were out to get me.
To win this race.
The Clark County Public Administrator's Office had
Here's the backseat video. I'll make it bigger for you. I do believe Roberta has been excused from her subpoena, Anthony. He says he is going to testify. That's what he's been saying pre-trial. We shall see.
Okay. And
So if you didn't see it, Roberta, Lee Kennett's testimony was on day 3 in the morning stream was her direct examination, and the afternoon stream was her cross-examination. They were not allowed to question her about that backseat meeting or those many backseat meetings, but we're getting to see the videos, so that's interesting. I would submit to you, sir, boss baby, the only person ruining your life is you.
for the record, that video was from States 338. So if I could flip back over and put on States 355 again. These messages where he says Mr. Telles says he's distraught and the article wasn't fair, those appear to be in response to that published article.
Correct.
Now, you, fair to say, went through a lot of aspects of Mr. Telles's phone. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
accurate? Did you look at his search history of news articles?
Yes, I did.
And generally, were there searches regarding Mr. Gehrman and himself?
Yes, there were.
This is states 356. And that's part of the search criteria, Jeffrey Gehrman, Las Vegas.
Correct.
And so you would have noted that as you examined the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also look to the phone to see if you could find items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
I'm putting on the overhead states 360. Do you recognize, well, it's been admitted as 360.
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
Is that an extraction report from Mr. Telles's phone?
That's correct.
And what are those thumbnail pictures that we see?
Like, what is the actual image of?
Yep.
It is an image of a gray Nike shoe with the black and white on it. There's also a rock climbing shoe in that image, and it looks like an ankle and a sock, like as if somebody was just switching out their shoes.
And that was found in Mr. Telles's phone?
Correct.
And does this appear to be a bigger version than the thumbnail version?
Yes.
Now, why was that significant?
Because those shoes are identical to the ones that the suspect wore as he was walking in the neighborhood on video.
There you go.
And those shoes were they found somewhere too?
That is correct.
Where were they found?
Those shoes were found inside Robert Telles' house, and one of them was cut up into pieces.
And this is states 228. That appears to be the shoe?
Yes, ma'am.
And those were tested for DNA as well, correct?
Correct.
Cheap Nikes.
Now,
the state may rest today, LV. They initially said they only had 20 witnesses. This is witness number 28. So it is being reported that they may rest today. So we're here for it.
did Mr. Telles take screenshots of articles written by Mr. Gehrman?
Yes, he did.
And were those stored on his phone as well?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing. May I approach, Your Honor? I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed 359. Ask you to look through that.
I should have worn my glasses today.
Do you want mine?
No, that's okay. I can see. Yeah.
Agreed, Scott. He's also a lawyer. Remember, he's not just a politician, he's a lawyer too. So lawyers make the worst witnesses, but they think they can outsmart everybody else in the courtroom.
Yes, I recognize him.
Okay. Is that another extraction report from Mr. Telles's phone?
It is.
And does it contain screenshots of the articles written by Mr. Gehrman about him?
Yes.
State moves to admit 359.
And just so we're clear, this is a paper version, just previously addressed on the video or part of that larger exhibit.
It's not, it probably is on the video, but not in
I
paper
thought it
version.
was. Okay, we have no objection.
Thank you. I'm putting on the overhead states 359. That's the extraction report, and then we see the thumbnails of the screenshots.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to flip to the end because it's easier to see. It's a bigger version of the thumbnails that were stored on his phone of these articles.
Yes.
And it's the articles Mr. Gehrman wrote about him, about kind of turmoil at the public administrator's office.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you also find information indicating that Mr. Telles was following kind of the fallout, I guess we should say, of the articles on social media?
Yes.
Yes, Nan's life. Roberta was the witness that Tellys mouthed thank you to when she came off the stand. That was day 3, morning and afternoon. Roberta Lee Kennett.
Coach Your Honor? I'm showing you what's been marked as states proposed 362.
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
Does that appear to be screenshots of some of the back and forth?
Conversations.
after
Yes.
the article ran.
Yes, ma'am.
State moves to admit 362. And I think we'll do this one.
Anybody have any reasonable doubts yet?
What does that screenshot say?
That was a screenshot that I found on Mr. Telles's phone. It says push news articles down. That was the search. And then the first thing that populates is how to push a negative search result down, 4 steps to bury them.
Okay, 4 steps to bury
The article.
negative search results?
Yes.
Okay.
Not bury the body because he didn't do it, or whoever didn't do it in this case. They just left it lying in Jeff Gehrman's side yard, but he's Googling how to get rid of, how to push down articles in Google searches about himself, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And just do another one. This is a screenshot of a social media post that's sort of critical of Mr. Telles.
Correct. And that's the same poster or the same tag name, the chill pill.
Okay, and then another one by that same person.
Yes, ma'am.
Another one.
Correct.
And this is all on Mr. Telles's phone.
Yes, ma'am.
This next image, and for the record, this is all from States 354, appears to be a conversation back and forth between Mr. Telles and John Cahill.
Correct.
About stuff going on at the office.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Telles is responding on social media about the articles.
That's correct.
Now, you also, I think, searched Mr. Telles's work computer.
Yes, I did.
So may I publish, because this one's already admitted, Your Honor. This is States 357. I'm going to show you the bigger images, but do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is that?
Those are screenshots that I found they were on Mr. Telles's phone of the desktop computer.
Okay, and I'm going to flip to some of the larger images that are attached to States 357. These appear to be searches associated with Mr. Gehrman.
Correct. It has his name on there.
Okay. Do you know what IDI core is?
I do.
What is that?
It is a, how do I explain it? So like for us, for the police department, we use a program called Accurate. IDI core is very similar to Accurate, which both of them, you can search people, you can find relatives, associates, prior addresses, additional phone numbers. Some of them you can even find email addresses, things like that, basically to try to either locate people or locate family of people. I think basically the only difference is that the IDI core is, we buy licenses. So if that public entity, being like the PA's office or the coroner's office or the police department, they want to buy one over the other. It's just basically the fee of the license that they're willing to pay for, I think. But both of them do the same, very similar functions.
So he was using company resources to stalk perhaps Jeff Gehrman. Gen X Chick, welcome to membership, and also says he will testify even if his attorney recommends no. And I agree that as well. I agree with you. Doesn't matter. He's probably a client that's very difficult to control. Kimmy says lazy boy security, because some of those court officers look like they're relaxing in the back room. CJ Silverio, thanks for the 10. Saying hello from 2 hours behind live to note that holy heck, Cellebrite's considered reliable in Nevada. What is this madness? Is it because it's not snowing? Thanks for the 10. And for your snarky, cute comment. Jody, thanks for the 10. Says, thank you again, Melanie. I've been listening while driving home from a kayak trip with my brother. He's now a fan. Hi, Jody. Hi to your brother. Isn't it great when I can keep you entertained in the car on long trips, because so many of these streams are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours long. I always try and find a good show when I'm on an 8-hour road trip to kill the time. So thank you. And I hope you guys are having a good, safe trip.
Find locations, someone's residence,
Yes.
their vehicle, that sort of thing,
Mhm.
sort of personal information about that person.
Correct. Yeah.
And so that was found on Mr. Telles's phone as well.
Yes.
How about images of Bronze Circle? Did you find that on his phone?
I did.
Yes, I'm just looking for it. Probably.
How stupid is this guy that he didn't, go up to a military base and crack his SIM card and throw his phone into 2 separate dumpsters? I mean, come on, man. They didn't even seize your devices until something like
So what are we looking
5 days
at? And
post.
for the record, this is states 354.
So the street here below is, okay. The street is Bronze Circle. The house to the left with like the pinkish in color is Mr. Gurman's house.
And how many images do you think you saw of Bronze Circle and the surrounding area?
Oh, I would be good saying about 50 at least.
Okay, let's go through. And was it just all around the cul-de-sac?
Yes.
And do you recall the date of those images?
Ooh, I don't off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
If you could
I'm gonna
refresh my
put
memory.
on the overhead, the extraction report, this is states 363. Thank you. And see if we can,
I can see it.
okay.
Thanks.
What
It's your
does it
brother,
say?
Kim.
August 12th, 2022.
Okay. And those were, when all of those images at least were modified, or there's some indication they were modified in the phone on August the 12th?
Correct.
How about images that were taken of like random cars? I don't know
Yes.
what-
Yes.
Let me find those. And for the record, this is still on state's proposed exhibit 354.
I mean, this cell phone extraction data is damning, in my opinion.
Oops. I'll put it on this way. Sorry, Sarah.
If you,
This is states 364.
And he didn't have his phone
I
on
recognize it.
him when he did allegedly
And there were
murder,
how
but
many images in this extraction report?
oh, we need some
I think it was
WD-40 for that door. He didn't have his phone on him when the murder was committed. It was left at his residence. However, he did go to Gehrman's house to case it out, perhaps, and took pictures of it. Also had a lot of Google images on his phone of Gehrman's house in the 3 weeks leading up to the murder.
almost a couple hundred.
Okay. And when you saw those on the phone, let's check the date. Do you see the date for them?
I do. It's August 15th, 2022.
Okay. And what did you do when you saw all of those images of all these street views?
I started talking to all the people in my bay, the other detectives that sit near me. It just looked really odd to me. So I just kind of started grabbing people like, hey, what do you think this is? Where do you think it's at? And a few of us sat there and tried to figure out where the images were taken from.
Mhm.
So we were able to pin it down.
Jamie says, why do defendants take notes to review in their prison
How
cell?
were you able to pin it down? What did you do?
So looking at the images, we could see that there was like a street sign kind of in the far distance, and you could tell that it was a long name. You could also see a lot of the foliage from the houses. You could see some mountains in the background. So just talking about it in general, it was, okay, well, I know this isn't going to be northwest because the foliage it's too grown, it's too mature. So, and it's got this portion of a mountain in it. So let's we basically just narrowed it down by sections of town and what mountain we thought that was in the background. And then one of the guys, he hit it on the head with the street. he finally got to the street. After that, I drove out to the street and sat in the same position to where I could tell that the photographs were from, and confirmed that that's where the photographs were taken.
Look at that. Real old-fashioned detective work. I mean, how crazy is that? This is a dedicated police force. Those of you who live in Las Vegas, you should be very proud to call Las Vegas Metro PD your home department. Thank you, Scott. That appearance on the Glare was a lot of fun, and I hope we get to do it again soon. I'm glad you guys liked it.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed 365. It's actually a couple pages, so if you could look through all three of them.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize those photographs in that map?
I do.
And are they related to those street images that we were just discussing?
They are.
And state moves to admit 365.
No objection.
So you said you went to the location.
I did.
I'm putting on the overhead the first page of state's 365. And what are we looking at there?
So on the far left of the screen, it has the address, the 7216 Brown Circle, which was Jeff German's address. And then the address to the far right of the screen with the red pin drop is 6121 Vegas Drive, which is right at the intersection of Vegas and North Jones Boulevard.
So where I'm pointing with my pen, that's Mr. German's house.
Correct.
And this red pin drop is where you determined that those photos were taken from?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take other photos to kind of demonstrate that that was the correct vantage point?
I did.
And let me flip to the second page of 365. Can you kind of orient the members of the jury, like what they should be looking at to know that that series of images, like this is the location?
So this is it's a Popeyes restaurant there at the corner of Vegas and Jones. This directional view is facing west. And so this is Vegas Drive over here, just beyond that wall. And it's this section of the wall that has the cinder block is cut at an angle that's very distinctive, and that's in many of the photos from that area.
Popeyes has entered the chat. Popeyes, we're going to get hungry now.
The last page of 365. What are we looking at there?
That's the Google Street View of that area. So the Popeyes is over here. That's the sign. And then that wall that I'm talking about is there. And there's also a power box that's down here a little bit kind of under a tree.
Okay. And then going back to the first page of 365, that's just like the main street out of Mr. German's house?
That's correct.
Now I want to move to what's been admitted as states 354. I'll just pick one of these at random. And sorry, Sarah. Thank you. Can you orient us looking at this shot, kind of what you just explained in terms of how you know this is the location?
Yes. So that cinder block wall is there on the bottom left portion of the screen. And you can see the power box down there on the ground as well. So when I was personally sitting in the Popeyes parking lot and turned westbound, that's the exact image that I saw.
And so you documented all those images in 365 in order to compare them later to the images we see from Mr. Telles's phone from, it looks like 8/8 of 2024.
Correct. Oh, that 8/8 is not the date that image was
Oh, that's
taken.
right. It was 8/15, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Of 2022.
Yes, of 2022. And that would just be another image?
Correct. There was numerous that were just like that.
Another one?
Correct.
Another one?
Yes.
Case in the place. Case in the
Yes,
joint.
Same.
And all of them appeared to have that cinder block wall, so you were able to orient the photo?
Yes, ma'am. And if the wall wasn't there for some reason, then we were still able to compare the trees and the wall in the background and the mountain in the background, that it was still the same location.
Okay. Now, during the course of your investigation, did you also hear 2 recordings taken from Mr. Gehrman's phone?
I did, yes.
And were they like sort of threatening audio recordings?
Yeah. Yes.
What steps did you take in terms of following up on those?
So the recordings themselves that were in Mr. Gehrman's phone just basically just showed that they were audio files. They sound like they're voicemails, but I don't believe that they are voicemails received into that phone. I think it's maybe as if he checked his office voicemail or something, and that's how it came in through the phone. But so I listened to both of those. Neither of them really, they don't identify Mr. Gehrman by name. They just seem very angry and like they're ranting about something. So I started going back on Mr. Gehrman's, or looking back at his news articles that he wrote to see if there was anything that coincided right around the same time that the voicemails were received. And I didn't find anything.
And so the sort of the date that's marked in the phone for the voicemails, well, actually, may I approach, Your Honor?
Can we hear the voicemails? Welcome to retirement, Rick, and welcome to watching trials. And thank you for choosing me to watch your trial coverage with. I'm humbled and honored, both. It was actually a cameraman who recognized his walk. The next chick that said she thought it was a reporter, and someone else said they thought it was someone in the office, but it was actually cameraman.
Do you recognize who that is?
But also that guy Zachary recognized it too.
2/18/20. Yeah, those are the voicemails.
Okay, so this appears to be an extraction report from Mr. Gehrman's phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No longer talking about Mr. Telles' phone.
Correct.
And you, we've been talking about 2 kind of angry audio files on his phone.
Yes.
Angry voicemails. We're here for it.
States 366.
No objection.
Oh, can we hear him? Please.
So looking at these files, it looks like there's a creation date and a modified date.
Correct.
And what is the creation date?
For the first audio file, it's going to be February 24th, 2022 at 12:13 p.m.
And for the second one?
It's February 18th, 2022 at 12:11 p.m. So just 6 days prior.
Okay. And so this would have been 7 months before the murder of Mr. Gehrman?
Yes.
Assuming that they're not just, assuming they're not older files. This is when the audio file was created.
Correct.
Now, on one of them, was there content in the body of the audio file that caused you to do some research about a possible article that Mr. Gehrman wrote?
Yes.
That might be associated with the call?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor? Detective Gaddis, I'm showing you what's been marked as case for post 367. Does that appear to be the first page of a news article?
It does, yes.
And can you see the date on it?
It's February 22nd, 2021, so a year prior.
Okay, is this an article that you found in order to see if it correlated with one of those audio files?
Correct.
State moves to admit 367.
No objection.
And I'm publishing that for the, is that okay, Your Honor, if I publish it? Thank you.
A full screen for
I just
you.
want to note for members of the jury that we have the date of February the 22nd of 2021. The headline on this article is Emerging Extremists Bring New Concerns for Law Enforcement. Why did that article or why did that topic catch your attention as a detective in terms of like the content of the audio file?
The person that was just yelling into the phone was, I guess I would say, I would put it on the extremist level. I don't really know how to explain that. I'm sorry.
Oh, well,
It
no,
was-
that's probably a great question. So in those audio files that appear to be aggressive or
Mhm.
threatening, did one of them sort of refer to Biden and the election?
Yeah,
and
it was
that sort
more so like political affiliation, and being angry.
Okay.
But yeah.
And then based on that, did you try to research any articles that Jeff Garriman had written about political extremists and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And this
This
is the
one of the
article.
article. Yeah,
And the article you found is from 2021.
correct.
Thank you. I will pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Phoebe. That's why I picked this one. Thought this would be a good palate cleanser of a trial, as someone pointed out. Yeah, Laura, it's a good point. A good part, but good point. Good. It's a good point to point out that Garriman had reported on such mafia figures as Tony the Ant Spilatro and a lot of other organized crime figures, even though the mafia doesn't really exist. Tony Spilatro was portrayed by Joe Pesci in the 1990 film Casino. So Jeff Garriman was no stranger to reporting on dangerous figures. And it's, I don't know, very ironic or just sad or just crazy that it would be someone like this guy, Boss Baby Rob Telles, who decided to be the one to take him out, if it's true, innocent until proven guilty.
You know, we have a drive that we're going to have marked admitted in by stipulation,
Yes.
but we're going to play it first while we're setting it up.
Whole drive.
We'll give it to the clerk following. Why don't we make this W? It'll be defense exhibit W. Just get it set up. Yeah, Detective, what I'm going to do is I'm going to direct your attention to these messages that were left. And we don't know for sure whether they're left on Mr. Garriman's cell phone or not. Obviously, they're tied to his cell phone.
That's correct. Yes.
Fair to say.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm here for you guys on this, Gator Gal. That's why I picked this trial instead of
This
some
was
of the
the
crazy
trial.
other ones that are going on right now, like that crazy guy in Tennessee who, you know, I couldn't deal with that right now. I needed a case like this with a comic looking figure who was so egotistical. We got to watch some of his pretrial nonsense where he represented himself, and the evidence seems like a slam dunk, and it's moving along quickly. And there was a great investigation. The prosecutors are respectful. The defense attorney is respectful. So thanks, Gator Gal, who said after watching the Karen Reed trial and the Ashley Benfield trial, I think I was going to pass on this one. So glad I tuned in. Good. Tell your friends. There's only 1,768 of you in here, which is a far cry from what we had during Karen Reed. We had sometimes up to 10,000 people in the chat. So this is a very intimate chat. Come on over. You're going to like it.
Lying to people. Whoever the guy was that wrote that article the other day, you need to fire his ass. Stop lying to people. We're coming for your ass. We are watching you motherfuckers. You better fire that son of a bitch. And I'm coming down there tomorrow, motherfuckers.
And like Lally coughing during the cursing so they don't.
Are you aware
strike
of the
me.
date that this recording was extracted, presumably from Mr. Garriman's cell phone?
The date that it was extracted,
Correct.
being like that we downloaded the phone.
Correct.
I
I
forgot,
don't know
Michael. The
what that
judge is
date was.
awesome.
That date was.
Okay. We had heard two dates on direct, a February 24th, 2022 and February 18th, 2022. Are you able to pinpoint on?
Yes, but I thought those were the modified dates. I'm sorry, I thought you meant the extraction of when the phone was extracted.
Well,
My
that
apologies.
brings you to the point too. Do you know when this was taken from the phone, extracted from the phone?
It was I know our digital forensic lab conducted the forensic dump. I'm not sure when that was, though. I don't know that date.
So you're unable to testify concerning that date at this point in time? Fair to say?
Correct. But like you were talking about with the 2 dates in February of 2022, yes, those were the 2 voicemails that were, or the 2 audio files that were a little strange.
It's the second one right there? Yep. All right, I'm going to have you listen to this one.
You guys did some propaganda shit out about fucking just for Biden, you fucking piece of shit, you left-wing fucking faggot, fucking socialist fucking pig motherfuckers. You guys will pay in the end, motherfuckers. You fucking cheated and lied, you guys fucking lied. And then you came out fucking only Biden, all these fucking bad shit, motherfuckers. Fucking you piece of shit, you motherfuckers. Then the Republicans fight again, and you guys are fucking dead motherfuckers someday, motherfuckers.
Fair to say that the second voice message is a different individual?
Yeah, I believe so.
And you believe that these both messages were left by political extremists or those that tend to be extremist in nature?
Well, I would say that there are people that were upset with articles that were written. I don't want to judge or assume what their political affiliations are. I just know they seemed upset.
Fair to say.
Voicemails that I think were left for Gehrman, yeah, that were not Telles. So, I mean, the defense is trying to point out here that there were a lot of people who had beef with Telles, with Gehrman for articles that he had written, including some extremists, perhaps. And he is therefore trying to maybe put forward some sort of third-party culprit defense. However, that doesn't explain the cut-up sneaker, the cut-up straw hat, all of the surveillance that apparently Rob Telles was doing of Jeff Gehrman's home. But let's see if he'll score any points here.
You didn't speak with either of these gentlemen?
No, sir, I did not.
And you were asked and you were shown States Exhibit 367 concerning the date that you thought that these articles may be concerning.
Are we talking about the article that we just brought up?
Correct.
Yes.
And that article was the 22nd of February 2021, correct?
I thought it was February 21st, 2021, but yeah, it's 2021.
Okay. But you're not able to say exactly when these messages were left in
I'm
reference to Mr. Gehrman?
No, I'm not.
Long period, short period, we don't know, do we?
Correct.
I will cover Donna Adelson if enough people want me to cover it. I haven't done any of the pretrial on that, so that would be great because we could go in fresh as jurors, not having watched, or me personally, not having watched any of the trials that have come before Donna Adelson with regard to the same Dan Markell case. One juror matters popping in to tell us that Sean Finnegan was just finally found guilty by his jury on 13 of 14 charges. That's the crazy Tennessee guy, right? Death penalty versus life without parole penalty. Phase 2 begins tomorrow. Thank you, Sean. Cajon Zone says, I've been watching this for about an hour and my anxiety level is low for this one. I know. I feel like that too. I feel like we can watch this without high anxiety.
You were the primary detective in reference to this investigation.
Yes, sir.
Detectives generally operate in details. This was a homicide detail, correct?
That's correct.
Generally, kind of fast-acting investigations, you're generally trying to operate under deadlines because you believe that the facts and circumstances that give rise to a charge of murder may be anything but static.
That's true. Sure. I wouldn't say deadlines, but there is a expeditious work. Yes.
You would testify that your initial press release was the 5th of September, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then there was a subsequent press release on September 6th.
Yes.
And it was your testimony that after these press releases, you began to receive tips.
We started receiving tips, I would say probably at least by the 4th. Just, hey, I saw a guy who has clothes on that could possibly match over in a park, things like that. But tips regarding Mr. Telles started coming in after the images of the suspect walking.
So you had received tips prior to your press release concerning this image, the image of the individual walking as well as the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Anna Brown, for watching. We welcome you and love you right back. Thanks.
Well, we didn't get those until we released the image, so maybe they didn't come in until the 5th.
The 5th?
Yeah.
Okay, but it's unclear right now as far as your recollection concerning when you began to receive tips concerning who this perpetrator may have been.
No, I just know that we received tips. There was many tips that we got.
You received information from Detective Jappy in reference to Mr. Telles, correct?
Yes, I did.
You authored a officer's report in reference to your investigation in this matter?
Correct.
Me too.
And it's your testimony that you received information from Detective Jappy implicating Mr. Telles?
He told me that he could be a possible person of interest for sure, yes.
Okay, but not implicating in the murder of?
No, he
Jeff
didn't
Bierman?
come and tell me that he was. No, he posed him as a person of interest.
Okay. Obviously, you were involved.
I've said that several times. Innocent until proven guilty. I've said that several times. Free American press. Hi, Melanie. I've watched your coverage on many trials. I would like to request that we all remain impartial and neutral until the trial's over. Remember, we are innocent until proven guilty. That is one of the parts of our Constitution, and I am waiting on the edge of my seat to see the defense case.
In the author,
Thank you.
in
No
authoring
worries.
this officer's report.
That's
It's
correct.
fairly lengthy. It's 70 pages.
Yeah, it is.
And you make reference to receiving information from Detective Jappy.
Yes.
On Monday, September 5th, 2022. And let me ask you this. You reviewed this in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay. So if I told you page 3 of your officer's report, Detective Jappy from the Criminal Intelligence Section advised Telles had recently posted a rant on Twitter.
Correct.
Fair to say that was his characterization?
Yes.
And this rant that you referred to has been shown to us today. This is the rant that you believe that Detective Jappy was pointing your attention to?
It was the Twitter images or the screenshots of the tweets. Yes.
Okay. And fair to say that Detective Jappy characterized this as a rant? Fair to say?
It's a
I
rant.
really don't know if it was him or if I said rant.
I
Okay,
call
but
it a
that was
rant.
the word used in your report, correct?
Yes, that word rant is there.
There's an additional reference that predates the release of these images that you received from Detective Jappy on September 4th.
Yes.
Amazon
On
Prime.
September 4th, you were contacted by Criminal Intelligence Detective Jappy regarding Gehrman's murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Jappy had advised you had prior contact with Robert Telles, correct?
That is correct.
And that Telles may have had a motive to murder Gehrman, correct?
Yes, sir.
So fair to say that that's implicating Robert Telles in a murder. If you get a call or an email from Detective Jappy and he says, Mr. Telles has a motive to murder him, wouldn't you agree with me that that is implicating him in a crime?
I would say that there's a lot of people that could have motives, and I'm just receiving the information. He said that he could have a motive, yes, but I don't take that as an implication because I don't take that. I still have to do my full investigation on my own. So we
Again,
get tips.
And fair enough, but I'm using the words that you would use in reference to the report that you generated,
Yes.
correct? Robert Telles had a motive to murder Gehrman. Fair to say?
That's
Based
what
upon your report?
Yes, sir. Yep.
And that Detective Jappy explained Telles was upset with Gehrman because of an article he wrote, correct?
Correct.
And in reference to this article that Mr. Telles was upset about, he made reference to a May 16th, 2022 article, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And if I told you that it was on page 21 of your 70-page report, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I would not. That's probably correct.
So based upon your information that you had received from Detective Jappy, Mr. Telles was upset about some May 16th, 2022 article, correct?
Yes.
And we go May, June, July, August, September. So we're talking 4 months that have basically transpired from the time of this article that Mr. Telles was upset about and Mr. Gehrman's murder. Fair to say?
Correct.
So based upon the review of your officer's report, we have 2 references made to Detective Jappy very early on in this investigation.
Yes, sir.
One on September 4th,
Correct.
correct? And that's before you started receiving tips and information, and one on September 5th. 2022.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, you're agreeing with me. You authored this report and you made reference to both of those, correct?
Yes, I just didn't know if there was a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he is.
And it was. That's why I asked. Yes, it's a question. Obviously, suffice to say, when I stand here and I ask you things or questions.
Okay, understood.
Notice the difference in the demeanor of law enforcement that's called to the stand in this case. They don't have any chips on their shoulders. They don't have any, they're not rude to the defense attorneys. They're just getting up there and they're just saying the facts, right? So different from the Karen Reed case and all of the law enforcement officers that were paraded up there from Canton PD, from Massachusetts State Police, not including my favorite witness of law enforcement, was his name Nicholas Barros of the Dighton PD? Because that guy was amazing. Every single other one of them had an axe to grind, a chip on their shoulder. It was crazy. This is so different. I hope this puts your faith in watching trials again, right back where it belongs.
So right at the get-go, you'd agree with me that we have Detective Jappy reaching out to you stating, I know an individual that has a motive to murder Jeff Cameron.
Yes.
There's part of your investigation concerned the subject Denali, correct?
Correct.
We had heard testimony that there were several Denalis, and that was former Detective Mogg. Now he's private citizen Mogg analyst. There was there was efforts made by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to ascertain what vehicle may have been involved in this crime, correct?
What do you mean ascertain what vehicle? Like from the video?
Yes. Yeah, trying to track that down.
That specific vehicle down, yes.
Correct. At one point in time, we have an email where, well, there's 67 Denalis. Fair to say it was a fairly large number.
Yes.
Were you able to determine, and of that 67, we heard from Mr. Mogg, I keep wanting to refer to him as detective, but the number was narrowed down. Is that fair?
He loves pointing out that Detective Mogg is no longer a detective. The dude retired after like how many years on the force? He came in, he testified, but it's like he keeps trying to get these snarky, comments, and they're like, "Oh, I keep saying that he's, no longer that he's a detective, but he's retired." It's not like he was removed for cause or discharged dishonorably from detectivehood or whatever you want to say. The guy did his time. Now he's out and he's got a consulting firm and collecting a pension. Good for him.
Say
yes, sir.
But there were still a fairly large number of Denalis that you were trying to follow up on.
I can't say that it's a large number.
Okay. At one point in time, it became a specific Denali that you were focused on, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, there was surveillance in reference to this Denali on September 6th, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
We heard from Metro Intelligence agent Tolliver today that she was surveilling and she saw that vehicle in relation to two others.
Yes.
Okay, that was September 6th, correct?
Correct.
And that was after the information had been sent to you, or you got calls 2 times from Detective Jack, fair to say?
Up until that point?
Yes.
Okay.
So then you were focused on that one Denali, correct?
Well, we were focused on that Denali because we followed it from the crime scene back towards that neighborhood.
Well, we're getting there, but
Yeah.
you're saying, we're talking about what's going on. Obviously, you didn't follow that Denali, did you?
No, we were following it on video.
Correct. And when did that begin?
The video surveillance recovery? The day that we were out there documenting the scene.
Okay, you make reference to Mr. Mogg beginning this. Who else in addition to Mr. Mogg was involved in this collection of video?
Detective Milligan, Detective Hoffman, Detective Gilbert, pretty much all the detectives on my team. And then we, like I was telling DA Weckerly earlier, that there was also, we employed patrol detectives from other area commands to come and assist. So there was multiple people.
And when did this process begin?
On the day of the day that we were called out to the murder. So on September 3rd.
We watched an exhibit wherein we followed a Denali from a distance. You're obviously aware of that. You've reviewed that, and both in the steps that you took in this, in preparing this memo, this report, as well as in preparation for your testimony today. Fair to say?
I haven't seen Detective Mogg's report, but I am familiar with the video because it is part of the case file.
And are you aware of when Mr. Mogg ultimately compiled and presented that exhibit? The analysis concerning the Denali. Are you aware of when he compiled that and when he had that? When he finished it?
No.
Fair enough.
Can I just say that I'm loving her hair? It's like 1960s bombshell, the way she's got it up, and I'm here for it. Loving it.
There came a point in time where you obtained a search warrant concerning Mr. Telles, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had testified that that search warrant was done up 2 a.m. on the 7th.
Correct.
There was a question asked by the state, did you submit this to a judge for approval, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did that.
Yes, sir.
And in preparation for this search warrant, you have to prepare an application, basically an affidavit in support of a search warrant.
That is correct.
And in this application, you lay out the steps, basically the evidence that you feel that you have.
Correct.
And that's in order to obtain probable cause to get the warrant, correct?
Yes, the facts that we've learned up to that point are what we use as probable cause. Correct.
The warrant that you referred to was submitted, signed, and it contained your affidavit, correct? In support of probable cause.
Yes, I drafted that warrant.
And in reference to this, you say that obviously there was surveillance of Mr. Telles' house, correct?
That is correct.
And that the surveillance occurred on Tuesday, September 6, 2022.
Correct.
You make reference to Mr. Telles exiting his house and looking at the vehicle, correct?
Referring to the Denali, yes.
That he walked back inside the home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then his phone stopped receiving phone signal, correct?
True. That's what I was told.
Susan Costello coming in here with the $50 super sticker. Guess how much I love you. Thank you. Always very kind and generous, and I really, really appreciate it.
And then you state that Mr. Telles exited the home again and began to wash the maroon GMC Denali, correct?
Correct, sir.
And then you show images of this Denali in reference to the Denali that you're investigating.
I don't show images in the search warrant, no.
You make reference to it.
Yeah, I speak about it.
Yes.
But I'm not showing images of it in the
But you make
warrant.
reference to it, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that on this affidavit that you submitted in support of probable cause, you didn't state that Mr. Telles washed 3 vehicles, correct?
I did not know that at the time. I was told that after the fact.
Okay. At no point in time in here did you say he didn't wash the inside of the vehicle, did you?
No, because I wasn't told that he did.
But later you learned that he in fact washed all 3 vehicles in front of his residence
I did, correct.
over a 2.5-hour period.
Yes, sir.
And that he did not wash the interior of any of the vehicles.
Objection, I think that misstates the testimony.
I think it's exactly what the testimony
I
was.
can ask her what she knew.
Yeah, no, at the time, I did not know that he washed all 3. At the time that I made that application, I only knew that he had washed the one and that, yes, that the phone had dropped service and came back on. I wasn't told about the other 2 cars until days later.
Okay.
So I don't honestly recall anything about either even being the interior or exterior. I just knew at that time he was washing the exterior of the Yukon.
And if I told you,
Which is interesting because we've heard a couple of other witnesses testify that he washed all 3 cars, right? So I don't know why he's taking the time to point this out when it's already been brought out by other witnesses that he did wash all 3 cars. And I don't know that the probable cause affidavit is in evidence. So I don't understand why he's taking the time to bring this up now. Keep listening.
today that we heard testimony from a detective or an officer from Metro Intelligence that he washed the exteriors of the 3. And
I don't doubt that. I'm sure he did. I'm just telling you, I was not told that at the time.
That's right, Ray.
Later in
Ray
the day,
Davies.
you had testified that you received a phone call and that Mr. Telles had been stopped, correct? And this is September 7th, 2022.
Yeah, and it was early in the morning, probably 6:30 or 7 in the morning.
She was still sleeping.
Stopped as a result of this warrant at your direction.
This
correct?
investigation, yes.
You received a phone call. He had been stopped. Do you know who stopped him?
I knew that we had surveillance on the house throughout the evening. We had patrol officers standing by to where if he was going to leave, that the patrol officers would make the traffic stop.
And are you aware of which patrol officer stopped him?
No, I'm not.
You'd agree with me that based upon Metro's policy, patrol officers are to wear body cam.
That is correct.
And that whenever there is civilian contact, that body cam should be running.
That's correct.
So you would presume that whomever it was that came into contact with this individual that you wanted to stop and who you're investigating for a murder would have their body cam running, correct?
I would assume that, yes.
Not in
Are you
Canton.
aware of multiple requests made on behalf of Mr. Telles to obtain his body cam?
Yes.
Are you aware of an order issued by this court on July 18th of 2023 to preserve and turn over that body cam?
I don't know the exact dates of orders, but I know there were requests that were made.
And are you aware that that body cam was ultimately destroyed or erased and not turned over?
I believe it was overwritten.
And are you aware that that overriding of this
Taped
body
over
cam
it.
occurred about a month and a half, give or take, after the order to turn it over was made?
If you say so, I don't doubt that.
Squeaky courtroom door, Dewey, WD-40.
Ultimately, you come into contact with Mr. Telles and on the morning of September 7th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And at this point in time, you are recording your interactions.
Yes, I typically keep my recorder. It's an audio only recorder on.
I mean, as a detective, you don't wear body cam, do you?
No, sir.
They
That's why I keep
record
the audio
interviews in
recorder on.
Vegas, guys.
Understood. Is it fair to say that you come and go from crime scenes with or without CAD, or do you show up on CAD every time you appear at a crime scene?
By policy, are supposed to log in through dispatch, and we get assigned into CAD, which is the computer aided dispatch system that we use. So yes, we do that. Is there a rare occasion that we end up somewhere and we didn't tell the dispatcher? Absolutely, but we log into CAD, yes.
Fair enough. And obviously, whether a person reports to CAD or logs into CAD, that's incumbent upon the person reporting, him or herself.
Correct.
Officers or detectives of Metro Intelligence, same thing. They don't wear body cam. We have to rely upon their logging in or not in order for them to
Correct,
appear
yes.
in CAD, correct?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
Just so we have a clear
Sorry.
record, I appreciate you. So at this point in time, it's 7:23. It's in the morning, September 2nd, September 7th, 2022, Mr. Telles is stopped and you need to come into contact with him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this point in time, you are recording your interactions with him because you may be of some evidentiary value.
Correct, yes. It's not even just that it could be evidentiary value. I record a lot. I don't ever want my integrity to be called into question.
Wow, look at
So I
that.
want to make sure that my interactions are documented completely.
Understood.
Integrity.
And in this case, you had the recorder rolling, fair to say.
Yes.
You tell Mr. Telles that you have a warrant and you need to stop him for a little while, correct? He wasn't formally under arrest, but he was being
detained. Yes.
He was not free to leave.
Correct.
Is he handcuffed?
At that point, I'm not sure if patrol officers had him handcuffed because when I spoke to him, he was in the backseat of a patrol vehicle.
Correct.
I'm not sure if his hands were cuffed or not, but I know the door was shut. So, he's sitting in the back of a patrol car.
Obviously, if he had tried to walk away, he would have been stopped.
Absolutely, yes.
So he was not free to go.
That is correct, yes.
And so we're clear and so we're operating from the same group of facts. There were 3 transcripts prepared in reference to your interactions with Mr. Telles on September 7th, 2022.
Okay. I thought there was 4 different, but
I have 3. So if I may approach the witness.
I would say, okay, yeah.
And they've got some notes on them. It's okay with me if I may approach.
Okay.
801. Yes, sir.
Let's refresh your recollection.
I have 304.
Okay. I thought there would be 4 separate unless one of them is combined. The last one, can I look at that?
Please go right
Okay.
ahead.
The last one, it might be combined because that might have also the drive home.
Okay.
Dewey says, did we just hear law enforcement say that someone said that Telles had a motive and she didn't pronounce the case closed on the spot? She had to do an investigation? Yep. Thanks for the 5. Anita Martini, thank you so much for the 20. Says, I learn a lot from your channel. Thank you. Thank you for being a part of this channel and for your generous super chat. Appreciate you so.
Do you right home? I believe there should be one more because it appears to end after leaving the substation.
Okay. And I'm going to ask Your Honor, I will address what I have here, but we may have to, after the break, we may have to address this.
She read the case file before she came on the stand. Imagine. She's telling him there's something missing.
So what I've shown you here is the 3 transcripts of these surreptitious recordings based on what I have. First one, it's yourself and Mr. Telles, correct?
Correct.
Second one, it's yourself and Mr. Telles.
That's correct. We were still at the traffic stop at that point.
And then the third statement, and it's the longer one. The first one that I have, there's about 5-6 pages, fair to say. 6 pages. Correct? That's a question.
Yes, sir.
Second one.
She just
9
needs a
pages.
drink, sir. Give her a minute.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 6 pages. It's bad penmanship. Third statement or third surreptitious recording, that's 49 pages.
Yes, sir.
And on this third one, unlike the prior 2, we have Detective Jappy present.
That's correct.
You had reached out to Detective Jappy, or did he just appear?
No, I
He
called
just
him and
appeared.
asked for
Wait a
help.
minute. Stop. You reached out to Detective Jappy, or did he just appear? The way that taillight pieces just appeared. Evidence just revealed itself in the Karen Reed case. That was funny. I'm going to take it back.
Present.
That's correct.
You had reached out to Detective Jappy, or did he just appear?
No, I called him and asked for help.
Okay. First 2, fair to say, there's not really a lot of substantive conversation. You're saying
No.
you're not being arrested, even though he's handcuffed in the back of the car, but you're saying we have to detain you. You
Yes.
have these warrants, correct?
Yes.
The first 2, where Detective Jappy is not present, we have the times that they occur, correct?
Yes, sir.
This third one, based upon your review of the transcript that I showed you, we don't have a time, do we?
On that transcript, no.
Okay. And this one's, like I said, fairly lengthy compared to the other 2. It's 49 pages.
Correct.
Fair to say that during this time that Mr. Telles is, he's been stopped, he's been handcuffed, he's been put in the back of the car, he's concerned. Reasonable to assume he was concerned. You get handcuffed, you stick back to the car.
I just don't want to put feelings and emotions in somebody else's, but I understand what you're saying. Yes.
Reasonable to assume he's concerned. It's kind of scary. I know people that prior to being a homicide detective, you were.
Yeah, objection is right. We don't need to hear you narrate.
I'm asking it.
Go ahead.
Prior to being a homicide detective, you worked in other capacities for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Yes, sir.
At one point in time, did you start as a patrol officer?
Yes, it did.
Stop someone for a traffic ticket before, correct? Prior to being a homicide detective.
Yes.
No traffic ticket.
You've had people respond a number of different ways, being just a patrol officer, stopping someone for a traffic ticket.
Correct.
People can get alarmed and it can be a traumatic situation just for a traffic ticket, correct?
Sure, yes.
You'd agree with me that it's far more distressing to handcuff a person and stick them in the back of a police car.
Your objection calls for speculation.
Based on her experience.
Some people are okay with things like that. Some people aren't. I'm sorry, but I can't.
Can't make a
I know he was
generalization.
concerned for his family that day.
Yes.
Absolutely. He was concerned. He wanted to see his wife and his children, but I don't want to speculate how he felt.
He's told that the press is at his house, correct?
Probably told by that point. Yeah. I don't know if I mentioned it in the first 2 contacts that I had with him, but I know by the time we got to the area command, he was told.
Yes. He's being asked concerning, does he have injuries to his person?
Yes.
He basically says he doesn't. He has an injury to his ring finger, but
Correct.
he makes a reference to his alarm waking him up, and he's told by Detective Jappy that you don't have to worry about that ever again. And I'm referring counsel to page 7 of the 3rd recording. Recall that?
I don't recall that.
If I may approach the witness.
I will tell you though, there was times that I was in and out of the room too. So honestly, I don't recall hearing that. I'm not saying it wasn't said, but I don't recall it.
And if I told you that he's being told you're not to worry about his alarm clock again, fair to say that's an accurate depiction of what's contained in the transcript.
That was on the transcript.
Holy paper rustling in front of the mic, man.
He's informed that his house is being processed.
Yeah, right on. That's right, Jen. The tip of his finger is practically detached, and this attorney's playing the injury down big time. Yeah. How do you think that happened? Cutting up the sneaker? Because they also found blood on the scissors, remember? Are we on real time?
Recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication, or social media, or read, watch, or listen.
Thank you, Karen. Karen from Will and Grace, that is. Are we going to get to hear some attorney argument? Because that'll be like an added bonus. Come on, man. Just a 15-minute break without hearing any more of the judge. I want Judge Leavitt. I want Judge Leavitt. Boo. She's a fantastic witness. I like her a lot. Agreed. Thank you, Karen Mayo, for becoming a new member. That's amazing. Back to the Karen Reed debacle. Toby Bird Dash says, what is a reasonable time for a judge to respond? I think it's ridiculous how long she is waiting. It's been 10 days. Some of her rulings in the pretrial, we're talking about Judge Cannoni now, were up to 77 days. And that's ridiculous. In my opinion, it should have been done within a week. But nobody asked me, except for you. So now I'm responding to you, Toby Bird. I think it should have been a week. I think she does whatever the hell she wants. It's her courtroom in Norfolk County. And that's what she's like, she's told us that. How many times? I have the right to do this. I have the right to do that. This is my courtroom. I'll pretty much do whatever I want. And so forth, etc. Yes, Wednesday, it is Karen Walker. That's your Karen Reverence Walker. We get it. Karen Walker. Karen Walker is the character played by Megan Mullally on Will and Grace, and that's exactly who the judge sounds like, in my opinion. I get it. I'm here. I get you. Robbie Ropes says, tell me Bev doesn't care about her legacy. Christopher says, 77 days to respond. Yep. Please hit the like button. It really helps to push the stream out and would be so very kind of you. We're going to take a quick break here while court's on break. Everybody go grab a drink, grab your popcorn, grab whatever it is that you need, and we will be right back as soon as court is back. We're back and they're back. Here we go.
Jappy at 12.
Please come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel? Yes, Your Honor. And the defense?
Yes, thank you.
You may continue.
Thank you. Turn your attention to, before the break, we were talking about the search warrant that you had authored and gotten about 2:00 in the morning on September 7th.
Yes, sir.
2022. You'd agree with me that you received an email from Detective Jappy at 12:44 a.m. on September 7th, 2022.
I'm not sure if you could refresh my memory.
Absolutely. If I may approach the witness. Thank you.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
You received this email. You said obviously you work long hours when you're involved in a homicide investigation, especially close in time to when the homicide is alleged to occur. Remember that testimony? Appears that Detective Jappy was working long hours as well, correct?
Yes.
He sent you this email at 12:44 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And again, he belongs to the criminal intelligence section, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this email concerns the surveillance log from today/yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
He then makes reference to call me tomorrow when you have a moment. We can figure out a way to get those videos to you, correct? And those are the surveillance videos.
Yeah. I'm not sure which
matter
videos.
that he was going to send to you. Do you recall?
No, I don't recall him sending me videos. That's why I wasn't sure which ones he was talking about, but
just so it's clear, I mean, you're communicating with him at 12:44 a.m.
well, he sent me an email, but I'm not sure if I read that or if I responded back or that shows that that's what time he sent it. True.
Fair enough. And then we're continuing on with the events concerning the stop of Mr. Telles and your interactions with him and Detective Jappy. Obviously,
just a friendly reminder that this is not an airport and you don't need to announce your departure. And kindly do not redirect to other streams and other channels while we have people here. Thank you so very much for playing. Nice day.
You informed Mr. Telles that he's not arrested, but he's not free to go.
When I first approached him, yes.
I'm referring to this third transcribed statement.
Okay.
And you're telling him he's not free to go.
True.
And I'm referring, counsel, to page 20 of the third recording. You tell him that he can't make calls.
Correct.
There's questioning going on between Mr. Jappy and Mr. Telles in your presence.
Okay, just so we're clear, I don't care where you go. You guys can go do other things if you want to, but announcing it and telling people what's going on other channels is just not like, I don't know, cool. Because it detracts my audience. So let's just, if you want to go watch something else, go watch it.
In my presence and some without, yes. I know they're talking.
Correct.
I wouldn't say it was fully questioning, but there was communication, yes.
She's amazing, Diane. Top notch.
You inform Mr. Telles that press is breaking and that the media is at his house. I mean, I'd asked you a question, but it's in this transcript, page 28 of this third 49-page transcript. Fair to say?
That's why we have WD-40. You hear that door?
There's discussions with him concerning the great amount of stress that he must be under, correct?
If it's in the transcript, I agree with you.
And I will not mislead you. So if I say it's in the transcript, and I'm referring to page 28 of the recorded transcript. In fact, It's total, I don't think any of us could ever comprehend the amount of stress that you've been going through.
Did I say that?
Detective Jaffe did.
Okay, I don't recall saying that.
Effect on the listener, but
Effect on the listener. She's a detective. It's not going to affect her at all. Hang on a second. Ellen wants to know, do the defendants get to watch or see videos like SWAT team before they're played in court? Absolutely. They're turned over during discovery, so they would have seen all of this during pretrial, or any videos such as like you refer to.
there's discussion concerning the cameras at his home, Mr. Telles' home.
Correct.
And he's cooperative, gives you a password to those, says they were recently installed.
I remember they were recently installed, yes.
There is a concern for his family and his family's safety, and that's why.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm not saying what he said.
How can
it
she?
puts her statements into context.
Are you gonna ask her what she said to him?
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
You said, I don't know about the gunshot in the neighborhood, you know, it was a couple days. That was your statement. Page 31.
I don't know what gunshot would be referencing though.
Okay.
There was
Let me
no
approach
gun.
the witness.
It was stabbing.
And that was in reference to the security cameras that had been recently installed at his house.
Yes, that's what we were asking about at that time.
And then you asked him about the shoes at the residence that have been recovered, correct?
Sure, yes.
You know, there's a number of questions concerning the shoes. We've had multiple photos, exhibits. Do you ever size those shoes?
No, I personally have never come into contact with those shoes. They were recovered at his house. I was never there. So that would be with the CSAs, they do look at the size on the tag and notate that.
I need to know what size shoes he wears.
You know, there's been a great deal, and I mean, you were the lead detective in this case. There's been a great deal of issues made or arguments made, presentations made concerning those shoes. You have no recollection of what the size of those shoes are, do you?
No, I've never seen those shoes in person.
Look at Boss Baby's face.
And I'm going to direct your attention to page 33 of your statement. You're talking about how his family must be suffering through the stress of all of this.
Okay.
How he should make it easy on his family, correct?
Yes.
They don't deserve to struggle with this, correct?
Yes.
You know, there comes a time where one way or another, other things have to be answered. And I'm just going to refer to your statement specifically.
This is her interrogation. Listen to the questions she's interrogating him with and tell me if you've heard far worse in other interrogations. Hold on. You're going to have to think about your family. Listen.
They don't deserve to struggle with this, correct?
Yes.
You know, there comes a time where one way or another, other things have to be answered. And I'm just going to refer to your statement specifically. You made that statement, correct? You tell him you're going to have to own up to what happened.
Yes.
If not for anybody other than your family.
Yes.
You talk about his family being collateral damage, correct?
If it's in there, I believe you, yes.
It's like, yeah, sounds like something I would say.
You talk about how hard it's going to be on them, correct?
Yes.
And he still didn't confess. Nope, he just woke up. The court officer. He did a little nap jerk back there. It was good. Hold on. Somebody says he's asleep. Watch. Wait. He looks like he's sleeping and then nap jerk.
You talk about this vehicle that's in the video being identical to his, at least in your opinion, correct?
Correct.
You make reference to a sunroof.
Okay.
I'm sorry, actually, Detective Jappy does. I mean, you were present for
Okay.
this interview.
You have any interviews she's done since then? But she did review the case file, I'm sure.
Page 38, there's a discussion about the security cameras being recently delivered to his home, Mr. Telles' home.
Okay.
Do you recall what time it was that you ultimately returned Mr. Telles to what
his
he was
house?
doing prior to being detained?
I know the sun was still out. I have not checked the CAD. If I saw the CAD, I could tell you exactly when it was. But I know it was still daylight out. I want to say maybe 3:30 or 4:30 in the afternoon, somewhere in that time.
Okay, and he'd been in your custody since a little after 7.
Correct.
And he was stopped prior to your arrival, correct?
Yes.
Kim Robinson is correct. It's an interrogation. You can say or use anything, even lie to a suspect.
I may approach the witness. I'm going to go
Thanks,
through
Laura.
what's been marked as defense exhibits B through V.
Okay.
If you could please just run through those.
They are the images of Mr. Telles at the area command that were taken by the CSA. Yes.
Do these photos accurately depict the photos of, and we've heard Telles on September 7th.
I've gone with Mr. Telles, so yeah, they do.
Move for the admission.
No objection, Your Honor. They're admitted.
I may publish these.
I think it was actually one of the end of our interview where we spoke about the pronunciation. So
Oh, so Tellez, I guess, is the way that he spells it, but even his lawyer is calling him Telles. That's interesting.
All right, this is defense exhibit B.
I still don't know which is the proper
Just we're going to
pronunciation.
Orientate ourselves. That's Mr. Telles, correct, on this morning or this afternoon.
yes, sir.
And obviously, the significance of these photos is they wanted to document any injuries to his body.
Correct.
There have been photos marked and admitted concerning a cut on his right hand. He gave you an explanation of that during your interview, correct?
Yes.
This is it was his left hand that had the injury. This is his right hand, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's not clear.
Yes, it's really blurry.
I always am when it comes to this.
It's really blurry. He doesn't know how to use the overhead projector. What do you think? Do you think he could be a hand model? Wait, why is there a finger missing? Why is his thumb missing? Does he only have 4 fingers on his left hand? I'm confused.
There we go. Yep. And he is right-handed, correct?
I'm not sure. I don't think we asked him that in the interview.
That's my next point. You didn't ask him. If I told you he's right-handed, would you have any reason?
Objection.
Does he for real have no thumb? Is that for real?
Right hand, there's no injuries, correct?
There are none visible in that picture, correct?
But he's missing a thumb. Wait a second. Is this the first that I'm finding out that he has no thumb?
Which defense?
I have questions. Did he have a thumb before Jeff Gehrman was killed? I need to know. Tanny Simmons, thanks for the 5. Given that he's Hispanic, it would be Tellez, right? But probably he accepts the Americanized pronunciation given he was a public official. Yeah, but I mean, that's not that hard to pronounce, right? I pointed that out like day 1, right? But you would think that his attorney would pronounce it the way that he would want it pronounced, right? Just to get everybody on the same page, considering he's on trial for open murder. Thanks, Tanny. I get it, but I'm wondering about the thumb now. Thank you so much for your super chat.
Defense exhibit C. This is defense exhibit D. This is torso, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I see his thumbs in this picture.
That you see on this exhibit.
I think.
No.
Defense Exhibit E. This is his right side, same question.
Yes, sir. There's nothing visible there.
I don't need to see his shirtless selfies. Shirtless
Defense Exhibit F, this would be his back, correct?
Correct.
Neck, head. Again, no visible injuries.
Correct.
Defense Exhibit G, other side,
Yes, sir.
no injuries present.
Not where that you can see there. Correct.
Right. Why was he trying to hide his thumb? V.
Close up, Defense Exhibit H of his right side.
And that's the same. As you can see in what's depicted, there are no injuries present there.
Where?
Of the portion of his body that you're looking at there, you're correct. There are no injuries present in that photograph.
Okay.
That is correct.
Defense Exhibit I, close up of his shoulder.
Mm-hmm. Yes. It looks like maybe a little red dot there, but I couldn't speculate what that is.
We heard testimony from crime scene analysts that she felt that there was a bruise to his right shoulder. I would,
Mm-hmm.
you agree with me? You don't really?
No, that's what I'm saying. I see redness there, but I can't.
Fair enough.
I don't know. There was 5 days between when Gurman was murdered to the time that Rob Telles was taken into custody. So I don't want to.
And you'd agree with me that bruises generally develop through time. They're not instantaneous. You'd expect there to be bruises if there was an injury 5 days after an injury occurred. Fair to say?
No. And I'm not a medical expert. I don't want
That's right, she's not.
testify to that.
Boss baby's getting
Defense
upset.
Exhibit J. You agree with me? We don't see any injuries there.
It's reddening, you can see, but I can't say that there's a specific injury there.
What clothes was he wearing and ultimately were taken off prior to this photo was being taken?
I know he had jeans on. I think it was I want to say it was a white t-shirt. I could be mistaken on that.
You don't see any scratch marks or anything of that nature, correct?
Not in that photo, no.
Defense Exhibit K.
That's a good point,
Your
Mel.
left side.
Correct.
No
DNA
injuries, correct?
under Gehrman's fingernails. Where's the scratches? Bit odd.
Defense Exhibit L. Same question. Back of his neck.
Yes, there's no apparent injuries.
And this gives it a little red tint.
I mean, that's a really good point, Mel. What say you, my friends? How else could his DNA gotten under his fingernails if he wasn't scratched? Oh, my freeze game is on point. Look at Boss Baby now. He's getting upset.
It may be the function, but this will go back with the jury. But looking at it, you don't see any redness when you look at it, do you?
No, not really. It's like tanning, I guess, right there in that photograph, that specific one.
Turning your attention to Defense Exhibit M. And we have a shadow, but we don't have any injuries, do we?
None that I'm aware of, no.
Turn your attention to Defense Exhibit N. Now we're looking at his lower body. We see his abdomen. No injuries present in that photo, correct?
Not that I can see there, no.
Defense Exhibit O.
No injuries that I can see there.
Defense Exhibit B. I'm sorry, P.
And no injuries that I can see there.
Thank you, Catherine
I
Green.
think there might be I know the left ring finger is damaged, so I can't tell if that's visible on his left side, but on the back of his legs, no.
Defense Exhibit Q.
There's nothing visible that I can see.
Defense Exhibit R. Put it this way. Again,
Nothing visible that I see.
and it may seem like a funny question, but his feet weren't measured for size, to your knowledge, correct?
No.
Defense Exhibit S. Same question, no injuries?
None apparent.
Thanks, Kristen. You don't need scratch to gather DNA. Because he was wearing long sleeves, gloves, long pants, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking a question. Could Gehrman have gotten his DNA under his fingernails by touching his clothes? Question.
That I see.
That's Exhibit T.
No apparent injuries that I see.
Defense Exhibit U.
Not a foot person.
I'd really have to look at it on a computer. That may be pinkish around the ankle, but nothing really apparent or anything, that's substantial. Correct.
Fair enough. If I may approach the witness with it. Thank you.
Jennifer thinks his finger was cut when he cut Gehrman's neck. I
It
thought
doesn't look pinkish in that photo.
I thought he did it when he was cutting up the sneakers, but maybe.
Yes.
Maybe it
Yeah.
bled through the glove. No.
Now, when you came into contact with Mr. Telles after having been stopped, he was wearing jeans and a t-shirt, correct?
Yes.
I'm showing you it's Defense Exhibit V. He's no longer wearing the jeans or the t-shirt, is he?
Correct. We took his clothing.
Took his clothing.
Yes, we did.
We had a crime scene analyst here last week. And it's Defense Exhibit A.
Yeah, they pulled his jeans out of a bag with a belt on them. What did they give him? Like a paper jumpsuit to wear? Did you see that? It looked like a hospital gown, but like the paper kind, like a onesie.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah, the report just says DNA, not blood, and DNA. Correct. That's right, Robin Rowe. Says it could have been a surface scratch that had already healed. The skin doesn't have to break to get DNA. I thought he was covered in like long sleeves and long pants, so that's why I'm curious now. Anne was glued to the TV when he arrived in the paper jumpsuit to his house that night. Right. Freudian slip and fall over. Says he was covered head to toe. Sweat. Christy says sweat. Somebody else says sweat. Black box says something is wrong with that picture. You in the afternoon, black box. DNA could be saliva, but underneath his fingernails? Is he sucking on his fingers? Please tell us his shoe size. I gotta know now. Haha. Says MBM Esquire. Me too. I need to know too.
That search warrant included in reference to this search warrant that you got at 2 a.m. on September 7th. Part of that search warrant included not only the Denali, contents of the Denali, but it was also the clothing that may have been tied to this condition of this crime, correct?
Correct.
And you took these jeans from Mr. Telles, believing that this may have somehow been involved with the crime, correct?
We took those, they were dark pants, and we were looking at all dark pants, and without really taking them off his person and inspecting them, I wasn't going to be certain if they were or were not going to be pants possibly worn.
Were these pants ever processed?
Not
To
to
your
my
knowledge?
No. I know the crime scene analysts, when they impound them, they will visually look at the item to see if there's apparent blood, things like that, and none was noted.
Okay.
Maybe.
So his pants were taken from him and he was given that jumpsuit that.
Yes.
I can read back it.
I read that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They didn't process the jeans. Those are the jeans he was
And
wearing when he
this
got arrested, not when
Jumpsuit
the murder happened.
was what he was sent home in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was his white shirt taken as well?
His white
I'd have to
V-neck
look at the report. I
Hanes
can't
t-shirt.
remember that off the top of my head.
Okay, I don't have a record of it, but I was just asking. if you recall.
Yeah, I did.
Thank you, Copa.
There were other people interviewed in reference to the gait of Mr. Telles, correct?
Yes, sir.
We heard from a couple of witnesses last week. Do you remember interviewing a Zach Schilling?
Yes.
You
Thanks, Phoebe.
interviewed him on the 26th of September.
Sounds about right.
Have you reviewed this recorded statement in preparation for your testimony?
No, I haven't.
I just have a couple quick questions, but would you like, we'll go question by question. I'll have many. If you need to see it, please tell me.
Okay.
Okay. When you interviewed him, he was not alone, correct?
Correct.
Who else was present?
There was a female, I think it was a business associate or something to that effect.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't remember her name.
Miss Riffle?
Yes.
Riffle.
I don't remember the first name though either.
If I told you that Miss Riffle testified last week, following Mr. Schilling, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
Fair to say, and I won't get into the substance, but there'd been some bad blood between Mr. Schilling and Mr. Telles, based upon the sum and substance of your interview, correct?
Again, I haven't reviewed it in a long time. I don't remember anything. I don't remember anything notable, I guess, about that. I knew that they knew each other. I recall that from the interview. But I don't remember anything specific about, I think, I don't know if you said bad. I don't know. Yeah.
He did. He said some bad things about his sneakers. He said his sneakers are cheap. They were from Marshalls or Ross, those kind of Nikes, he said. And he said, you know, maybe I'm a little bit of a fashionista, but I knew the second I saw him the second I saw that TV clip, those sneakers were Rob Telles' sneakers.
I'm going to approach with the court's permission to perhaps refresh the sum and substance of this conversation. Please take your time.
Good. That'll give us a second to catch up to real time.
You to flip through that to remember, to refresh your recollection.
That's a long interview. I'm sorry.
Mr. Schilling didn't like Mr. Telles very much.
I just remember that they knew each other from business. I don't remember the context of it.
Contacts the public administrator's office,
No, yes,
getting paid.
yes, but I mean his personal feelings. I don't remember much of those.
Why don't you look at page 8?
Okay. Okay.
And just so we're clear, this interview occurred in front of Ms. Riffle, correct?
Yes, she was present.
And during this interview, Mr. Schilling referred to Mr. Telles as an asshole, right?
Yes, he did.
I may approach the witness.
Well, they're trying to show that Zach was biased. Remember Zachary?
Claimed to recognize Mr. Telles' gait in the videos that have been released on Monday, September 5th, correct?
I vaguely remember that, yes.
Bunny suits, Becky says. Paper jumpsuits. They call them bunny suits. Never knew that. Thank you, Becky, for laying some knowledge on us. Boss baby in a bunny suit.
Officer's report, you lay out what issues, what items were found through the course of the search of Mr. Telles' house, correct?
You're talking about the location and who recovered it and stuff?
Yes.
Yes, that's documented.
And in reference to these shoes, according to your report, it was Detective Gilbert that.
Yes, he was present. And remember, I was not.
You were not.
Yes, so this is from the scribe that had provided the information to me. That's how it gets into my report.
Right.
Understood, but obviously you want to be as correct and as
absolutely
thorough as
absolutely
possible.
Yes.
John Martinez was just really discounted. He didn't even have any information to get concerning. You remember him? He was a construction worker.
Yeah. And Detective Milligan
couldn't remember
went to go found him. Okay.
And in reference to the installation or the reason for the installation of these cameras, it was consistent concerning other people that you'd interviewed, the reason for the installation of the cameras.
Gonna call for hearsay, sustained.
Great info. One juror matters says prison ties or clip-ons because a regular tie may allow someone to hang themselves.
You had testified that
It's fantastic.
Detective Chappie had helped you in this case, correct? I think that was your testimony when we began this cross. Do you recall that?
If that's the word that was used. Okay, I know Detective Chappie, yes, he assisted, correct.
And following the results concerning the DNA, Detective Chappie reached out to Mr. Telles to say that you're going to be arrested or detained, correct? And that was after he'd been dropped off at home in his jumpsuit.
I was not present for that.
You were shown a number of articles, and we watched some videos together before the break concerning the events of the public administrator's office. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
You remember that video that we watched with Mr. Chappie and I'm sorry, Mr. Telles in a garage? There's a
With the
video
vehicle.
getting out of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon your understanding, we had somebody sleuthing. I mean, we had somebody following Mr. Telles, correct?
Uh-huh. The disgruntled employees that didn't like their
Based
mistreatment
on-
because he might have been having an affair with a coworker.
Based on her knowledge?
Based on your knowledge, I mean. we
I
watched-
had nothing to do with any of that part of Mr. Tejas at the PA's office or the writings that Jeff Gurman did about him.
Fair enough. But in that video that we watched together, we saw them we saw Mr. Telles getting out of the vehicle, and it looked like it was in some parking lot. correct?
Getting out of the
That is
back
correct.
seat.
That's what I saw.
It wasn't in an office. You were part of the search of the public administrator's office on September 8th?
Yes.
Yes. That did not appear to be related or in that parking lot or at the public administrator's office.
That's correct. It does not appear.
So when I ask you, it appears that somebody's sleuthing. Obviously, someone is involved concerning Mr. Telles, and it's outside of the public administrator's office. Fair to say, where that video was captured.
It was in a shopping mall.
Parking
Parking garage.
That's a bad question. Obviously, we have something going on. There's a capture that we all watched before the break.
Hello,
And it's
Scotland.
Mr. Telles
Yes.
getting out of his vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And based upon that article, somebody obtained that video of Mr. Telles, correct? I'm not saying it's Metro, but based upon our view of that, somebody captured that. Somebody was sleuthing.
Somebody did, yes.
And that was in reference to events going on in the public administrator's
Somebody
office.
captured the video,
Correct.
correct, pertaining
Yeah.
to the public administrator's office.
So somebody must be conducting surveillance. Somebody must be following Mr. Telles.
I have no knowledge of that.
Yeah, you can categorize it. Happy
In
Tuesday,
reference
Jennifer in
to-
Scotland.
Which you had characterized as surveillance. The spot off of the Popeyes, that parking lot,
Yes.
mile and a half away from Mr. Telles, or from
I think it
Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
Correct.
Mile and a half. We have multiple photos. You opined that or you gave an opinion that this was surveillance or something, correct?
That's what it appeared to be from the time frame that those images were taken. I think it was about a 2+ hour block of time, and with the amount of them, that's what it appears to be.
Okay, but again, too, it's, we don't even know if that has anything to do with anything, do we? It's just something that was found on the phone or perhaps was part of a cloud, correct? In reference to
That was
Mr.
found on the phone, yes.
Yes. You don't know of any, you gave the opinion that this was surveillance, but we don't know, do we?
That's my opinion.
So you do have an opinion concerning surveillance, at least sometimes.
When I conduct the surveillance, yes.
Okay. But in this case, we had several photographs taken of vehicles, correct?
You talking about from the Popeyes?
Yes.
Oh, I think it was hundreds. Yes.
150, something like that.
Yeah, there was a lot.
None of those cars were of significance in this case, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Oh, actually, I'd move to admit defense exhibit W.
Is there any objection?
No objection, Robert.
Move to admit, I believe, by stipulation.
W for what the? What the what? Hi, indie girl in Scotland. Happy Tuesday to you too, my love.
Detective Gaddis, those audio recordings associated with Mr. Gehrman's phone, I'd like to talk about those first.
Yes, ma'am.
With both of those, was there an attempt made to see if there was a phone number that you could associate with the voicemail?
Yeah, I tried to identify who the caller was, but there was no phone number connecting at the same time that would lead me down that path.
So there was no data you could go further on to determine like whose phone number it might have been?
That's correct.
And it sometimes happens like that. There's just a data file and there's no further information to follow up on?
Yes.
When Detective Jaffe brings Mr. Telles to your attention on 9/4, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then he's with you on 9/7 on the date of the buccal swab and search warrant.
That's correct.
After 9/7, is Detective Jaffe involved in the homicide investigation?
No.
And is the rest of the investigation from 9/7 on done by yourself and other members of homicide?
That's correct.
After 9/7, is homicide conferring with Detective Jaffe, like, hey, this is the next warrant we're going to do.
No.
This is the next thing we're going to do.
Not
Is
at
this
all.
okay with you?
No, not at all.
I mean, that wouldn't happen because Detective Jaffe is in a whole different section,
Correct.
and you're the one responsible for this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about that, the body cam from the traffic stop.
Yep.
Can you explain to the members of the jury, please, what an event number is?
So every time an officer goes to stop somebody like on a traffic stop, they call it out on the radio, and that generates an event number in our CAD system.
Okay.
So there's different event numbers for different things, but
Robbie, I'm trying to scope out if she's got a ring on her finger. It doesn't look like it, Robbie. You might have a shot. Robbie's crushing on our detective, Brigitte Bardot, aka Justine Gaddis. She's a beautiful woman. Good taste, Robbie.
typically if a patrol officer was going to stop a car, that's the first step he's going to take, is to call it on the radio.
Now, the event number for the murder drew an event number from 9/3, correct?
Yes, it did.
In order for reports and photographs and all interviews and any audio associated with the murder, is it tagged with that murder event number?
Typically, yes.
Okay. So when Mr. Telles was stopped on 9/7, was that under the same event number as the murder?
No. So the event numbers, especially if it is a murder event number, basically that event number is only open for as long as there's officers that are physically assigned to an area. Once everybody clears or logs off for the day, that event number closes. We still reference that for all the crime scene reports, for all the video collection. That's the main event number that everything goes under, but it's closed. So now on a subsequent day, if we're going to go stop a car or do a search warrant, a different event number gets populated.
Now, can patrol or traffic officers tag or mark certain body cam to not be deleted in the normal course of storage if it's associated with a murder or if it needs to be retained?
Yes, so basically there's many different levels of retention. If it is something as basic as a person stop that you just talk to somebody and then let them walk away, I think it only retains for 90 days maybe. I think a traffic ticket might retain for a year, or each thing you do has a different retention level. Or I think it's traffic stop is just a year, and then a ticket might be a couple years or something like that. And that is automated in the system. So when you create that event, a vehicle stop is called the 467. So when you create the 467, your body cam that's linked to CAD knows that that's a vehicle stop. So unless you change it, it doesn't. It stays as a vehicle stop with the retention of 1 year or less than 1 year. Yes.
Okay. And so I mean, you were aware before you came in and testified today that this portion of body cam from the traffic stop was missing in this case.
Yes.
And from your investigation and attempts to locate the body cam, is it a matter of a patrol officer not marking it for retention? Or
What do you mean?
not designating that his body cam or?
Yeah, it should have been tagged indefinitely. Anything that has to do with the murder, we tag indefinitely. That's one of the last options that there are. It should have been retagged.
Now, do you, as a
Retagged. Somebody's saying Kim Wexler vibes from Better Call Saul. I get that as well, but I'm seeing it more with her. More with she than with me. Wendy says, most guys don't like intelligent women. Wendy, have you also fallen into the trap of Love Island? So I got sucked into it. I don't think that's necessarily true. But I would say a lot of guys don't like alpha women or just can't handle it. I'm just saying. Not the guys in this chat. The guys in this chat can hold their own against the alpha women.
detective have the ability to delete body cam on
No.
Metro system?
No, not at all.
And do you get to control the retention policy?
No, it's an automated thing that the vendor has worked out with our police department of how long it's going to retain for.
Okay. And after it was discovered that this body cam from the patrol stop on the 7th had been deleted, are you aware of attempts within the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to recover it anyway?
Mhm. Yep, I personally spoke to a sergeant in the body cam section. More phone calls kept being made until I want to say like our undersheriff was involved, and he was calling one of the top people in the company that our vendor that stores our body cameras, trying to see if they can pull that back, if they can recover it.
So it went all the way up to kind of right under Sheriff McMahill to attempt to recover this one portion of body cam in this entire case from September the 7th?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Detective Gaddis, I'm showing you what's been marked as stage proposed 371. Do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, it's the audit trail for the body camera.
Okay. And is it a record kept that tells you basically when body cam was downloaded and when it was deleted by the system, and then an audit trail being sort of looking at when the body cam was downloaded or deleted?
Yes.
Statement to admit 371.
No objection.
I'd like to publish. This will be page 2.
Oh, I'm so glad you liked it, Catherine.
Right in the middle of the page here, it says 9/7/23 system queued for deletion.
Correct.
And above that, it has different entries where it has officers' names and badge numbers, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So on 9/7, the system, meaning the computer or the I guess the storage mechanism queued this item for deletion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then after that, there's a bunch of people logging on to try to figure out the audit trail on it. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say you had nothing to do with this portion of deleted body cam?
No.
And then also, I think we talked about this on direct examination, regardless of what that portion of body cam was, where Mr. Telles dealt with the patrol officer, that patrol officer and all of the patrol officers involved in the traffic stop are known, they're in reports.
Yes, they're on CAD.
And you recorded your conversations with Mr. Telles from the time you got there until basically he's dropped off back at his house.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Wendy says most are married, though. I don't know, Wendy. I think we might find you a love connection in this chat. I'm feeling it today. Full moon vibes and all. Love Island is having its reunion show tonight
Yes,
for
thank
season
you.
6.
If I could turn your attention to Innocent States Exhibit 371.
I don't think we all lose our looks long before we die. I'm going to disagree with you, whoever on this. It's okay. If you're new to this chat, we always have like 10 side conversations going on, which is amazing. Whoever says, unlike looks, intelligence lasts for the larger part of one's life and is therefore much more important than looks, which we all lose long before we die, unless we die young. I disagree. I think people get more and more beautiful as they get older. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Evidence record access. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
So obviously we have someone accessing this information, fair to say.
That's what the log says. I don't know this P.O. Osborne,
Okay.
so I couldn't say what that entry specifically is about.
But we have it being evidence record accessed prior to its being destroyed, correct?
Several months prior, yes.
But nonetheless, it was erased, destroyed, whatever verb you want to use. It's gone, correct?
I like overwritten.
Overwritten.
That's kind of how, when we try to pull video cameras from houses.
All right, but obviously this isn't some civilian's house. This is the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
This involves a stop of a murder suspect in preparation for the execution of a warrant, correct?
That's correct.
There's multiple requests made by the defendant, a court order issued on July 18th, 2023, but nonetheless, it goes away, correct? Whether we want to say destroyed or overwritten, it goes away.
The video is not available at this time, correct?
Yes. And finally, you were asked by the state concerning Detective Jappy's involvement. You said after September 7th, he was not involved?
Not to my recollection. He didn't write any search warrants. He didn't do any further surveillances.
I told you today that we heard from a crime scene analyst, Baxter, and she testified on September 8th. Detective Jappy was present and that he was taking photographs and taking his own evidence.
So 2 parts. Yes, he was present at the PA's office. I forgot about that. I don't recall him taking his own evidence. So that would be, I can't testify to that. But yes, he was at the PA's office on September 8th.
And obviously it's a crime scene analyst's job to collect evidence, correct?
Yes.
It's their job, but to be sensitive to that subject matter, fair to say?
Yes.
And if we had a crime scene analyst say that he was there taking photographs and taking evidence on his own, do you have any reason to disagree with her?
I can't talk about that. I can't, how do I say it? I didn't see Jappy taking evidence on his own.
Thank you.
So I can't, I'm not going to disagree with the CSA, of course, but I can't say that I saw that myself.
Okay, so
They're
there's
so
things that can occur
respectful
that
to
you
each
don't
other
see or that you
and their
don't.
coworkers.
Yes, that is unbeknownst to me.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You're welcome.
Just briefly.
Praise
Are you
be.
aware of whether or not Detective Jappy was conducting his own investigation, actually 2 separate investigations around the same time period?
Yes.
And did the investigations involve the public administrator's office, and one of them, Mr. Telles, was a target?
Yes, ma'am.
So he could have been at the public administrator's office doing his own investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
And he wasn't really working with you guys, I assume, on the 8th when you're at the PA's office. He was doing his own work?
I recall him being there at the PA's office, but no, when I was gathering evidence like computers and such, I don't remember him being like right there or.
And he could have been doing investigation concerning
His investigation.
his
yes.
2 separate investigations that involved Mr. Telles.
Correct.
Thank you.
Just briefly, so fair to say you didn't know what basically what Detective Jappy was doing because you weren't with him all the time, correct? Regardless of crime scenes, things like that, he could be doing his own thing, fair to say?
Yes.
No further questions.
Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
thank you very much for your testimony here today.
That was like a TV show. No further questions. One more question, just briefly.
Do you have any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor, we do have one exhibit that I believe we're going to have a stipulation to. The defense just wants to review it, but subject to just checking the evidence. This is our final witness and we'd rest.
Stay hydrated, Detective Goddess.
Okay.
That's their last witness. So I wonder if they're going to need her for the exhibit.
Okay, can I just have the attorneys approach for a moment?
Ooh, approach, approach, approach. Looks like the prosecution's going to rest. And they may just wait until tomorrow to start the defense case because it's already almost 4:30 in Vegas.
Last exhibit.
My understanding is stage.
That's correct, subject to that one last exhibit.
Okay, so at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to conclude for the day. We're going to start tomorrow morning at 10:30. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow
Right
jurors,
on.
in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case
Thank
until
you.
it's finally submitted to you. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. 10:30. 10:30.
Right on. Right on. All right. It is just starting to storm here again. I just got a notification on my phone that they have declared a state of emergency here on Long Island. So that's crazy. We don't often get states of emergency. Oh my gosh, what happened to my hair? It's like a mishegas. Okay, sorry. Paula wants to know what movie is that phrase from? Praise be. That is from The Handmaid's Tale. Shit, it's been bugging me since I heard you say it months ago. Praise be. Blessed be the fruit under his eye. Laura, thank you. I already thanked you for that. Laura says again, touch the glove that touched JG, Jeff Gehrman, when he took him off. That could be. Welcome, Maga Stacker, becoming a new member and throwing in a deuce. If the perp's shirt was sweaty, transfer was likely. Kimmy said, I'm 60. When I hear that door, my parents are home. That's really funny. Really funny. Dewey says, first day of school today can be stressful for us teachers. Are you a teacher, Dewey? My mantra today, keep it classy, made me feel strong and calm. Where are you a teacher? It's early for school here. We don't start in New York until after Labor Day, but I know California starts early. Some of the Western schools start early, and being a teacher is the greatest gift that you could ever give our children. So thank you for that. Thank you for your service. Teachers are so undervalued and so important. So important. Attorney Adam Lally, thank you so much for stopping in, for giving us your 2 cents. Another flop, awesome witness. It's really funny because somebody thought, actually the other day was like, did you know that Adam Lally was in your chat? And I said, yeah, I really don't think that's him, but hey, it's funny that you're able to fool some people. You can fool some people some of the time. I don't remember the rest of that quote. Christina Furr is like, please don't leave us, Detective Goddess. Let me know what you guys think. All right, put a 1 in the chat if you think we should start on real time tomorrow. Put a 2 in the chat if you think we should start on a delay. I think it worked better starting on a delay because then we don't have to do like this judge takes long lunches, so she goes on break for like an hour and a half. So I think we should start. You can't fool all the people all the time. Thank you. Yeah, we're having massive storms, massive thunder, massive lightning. Last night we had 9 inches of rain in like 2 hours. The roads are underwater. We're having a lot of flooding. And right now, again, it is raining so hard. The rain is coming down so hard and so quickly. I don't know what the name of this hurricane is because I feel like we've had 5 already. Is this Ernesto that we're dealing with now? Thank you. Everyone, delay is good. All right, I agree. Delay is good. So 1:30. Figure 2:30. Today we started at 2:30 and they started a half an hour late. So I'm going to figure out my schedule, and whatever way we do it, we're going to be able to fast forward through lunch. And I think it's going to work better that way. It gives me some time for myself. Thank you, Esme. It is a very busy back to school week. In fact, 2 of my little ducklings are leaving the nest this week, and I'm not ready for it. I don't want to talk about it because it's going to make me cry. Let me see if we have anything else here that we need to address in the super chat column. Thank you to my moderators for keeping it classy as always, and for you guys who watched my show. And thank you. Please hit the like button on your way out. It really helps. And also, yep, stay safe in the storm, everyone. Please stay safe. And Rara has cancer treatments 1 to 4, sending you all the healing vibes. And you got this. You got this. Girl, I think you're a girl. I think you are a girl, because I think we've talked before. If you're not, you got this no matter who you are. And our thoughts and prayers are with you. Always, Cyndi, I can't even hold my tears together for this stream. I have twins. Okay, so I will see you tomorrow. Be cool, be kind, be classy. As always, please hit the like, please hit the subscribe, please do all of the nice things that YouTube likes to help this stream get pushed out and to help me pay for college for my twins. Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow.